Thank you. All right. Yeah, it's like, and Antonio talked about that earlier too, about, let's see. Yeah, Antonio from Antonio Superats, he talked about how certain flat earth channels, they're like reading his book, but they won't even give him any credit about the certain things he's saying in his book. It's like, but eventually you're going to have to do that. You can't. And I noticed a lot of different flat earthers have done that, even with my channel. Like, oh yeah, like Dan was one of the first channels that encouraged me. Just get on there and make your own. Like, what are you doing? I remember like, what's your channel? How's your channel going? It's just like, do you upload content, or what do you? I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and brag, because people in one night can upload more videos than I have on my entire channel, and their content is better than my content, or at least close. There's like a dozen or two. There's like a dozen or three just incredible groups of intelligent people out there. They're just so
Dude, and some people, they don't even put their voice or their face on it. They just record their desktop activity.
See, speak of ODD reality. Look at him. Exactly what I just see. What I said.
What up, cuz?
See, like, he knows, dude. I'm thinking, like, we got to be on the same. That just speaks about the powerful, the psychosomatic, the link, the synchronicity, the psychicness. It's just like an underlying, like, I've supported him since the very beginning when he's been out, and same with him with me. And I was just talking about that to you before I went live, and I was thinking, I'm like, maybe I should hand him a link to my Hangout, but he just got done doing Carlos's, and it's like, dude, he's busy. He's got it. He's not at his Discord server because he's got his own job. He's got his own things that he does. He's got his own specialties. His own, what is it called? What are those called? A specialty, like the things that you're specialized. Like, we specialize in things.
Your name is not Mark Sargent.
What?
Your name is not Mark Sargent.
Oh no! I'll get one with you soon. Absolutely, ODD. Can't wait for his new They Live Part 2. His open the Magnus, the what's that called, the like the most important thing. But check this out. So I want to show you guys this. So I type in this. So I type in Woody Harrelson's dad, Hitman, and I immediately find this Woody.
Damn, a mugshot right there.
Yeah, look at that. So this is 3 weeks ago. So the story behind. So this is some official verified thing. So we got 17,000 views 3 weeks ago. Woody Harrelson's father was a real. So we got like TMZ starting to pick up on this type of stuff. This is from 2 years ago. Got almost 200,000 views. I'm gonna watch this one first. Hitman Charles Harrelson on the assassination of JFK. This dude's chilling. This is an eerie video here. Now this is another one. This is 2 hours and 14 minutes. This is JFK assassination. Canadian believes father took photo of second. So let's see here. Celebrities whose parents committed terrible crimes. Obviously, that's going to be Woody Harrelson's dad's going to be involved in that. Simple, the JFK assassination, the Harrelson conspiracy. So let's see here. See, I want to watch all this. Woody Harrelson family secrets exposed. CIA hitman father JFK connection. Now this is, I don't know who the hell John Wood is, but this is all involved in it. This is all 100% involved in because Woody Harrelson's father, the CIA trained asset and hitman.
Are they from Texas?
I have no idea yet. Let's see here. So it gets really interesting once you see Like this, for instance. This interview will give you a clue. I'm getting a raging clue right now. Watch this.
When you were 7 years old,
1 sec.
your father went off to prison convicted of murder. Tell me how you feel
Now watch how uneasy he gets here. Watch this. This is incredible.
today. What does it's
Tell me the how's the audio? 1 sec. Oh, dude, I can't just leave ODD out there like he's chopped liver, dude. Yeah, dude. It's like ODD comes up, whenever you're not busy, man. I appreciate you coming on here and let me know. That's you just got good moral fibers, and I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I don't need to say go like and subscribe to ODD, because if you're subscribed to my channel, you should be subscribed to ODD's channel. Yeah, like, share, subscribe. I'm almost at 2,000 subs. I've almost been at 2,000 subs for 5 years, so it doesn't matter. And it's unbelievable. So check this. So how's the audio on this?
fairly well known if anybody's read anything about you or talked with you, that when you were 7 years old, your father went off to prison convicted of murder. Tell me how you feel today. What?
How's the audio?
Dan? Yeah, Dan, it's all right, Dan.
All right, check out. Look at his eyes and his facial mannerisms when she's asking this question.
Years old, your father went off to prison convicted of murder. Tell me how you feel today. What the story is today.
Well, he is in prison right now for the killing of a federal judge. I think that it was not a fair trial, especially because the guy who supposedly hired my father to commit the murder was later acquitted on a retrial.
Woody, do you think your father is innocent of that second murder? That's what I've heard.
I'm not saying my father's a saint, but
Oh, a second murder. Oh, so we were just talking about the first murder, and that just got completely ignored, and now we're going straight to the second murder. And Woody's saying he completely doesn't even address what she said, and he completely dismissed it, went over it, and said nothing about it, but he simply said, well, I'm not saying my father is a saint, meaning, translation, yeah, well, he did kill some people, but not exactly the way that the government is making it out to seem.
Your father is innocent of that second murder? That's what I've heard.
I'm not saying my father's a saint, but I think he's innocent of that. Yeah.
Are you trying to have the case opened up, trying to have it investigated, trying to set him free?
Well, let's put it this way. I haven't given up hope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You said once that you thought that your father was a CIA operative. Yes?
Yeah, he was.
How do you know? What?
Now, yeah, there's not tension suddenly filling the air.
Wow, Dan.
Oh, watch what happens. Watch what happens.
CIA operative.
Given up hope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
By the way, he spent over $2 million trying to get his dad out of jail.
Right?
Well, let's put it this way. I haven't given up hope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You said once that you thought that your father was a CIA operative.
Well, yeah, he was.
Yes?
Yeah, he was.
How do you know? What proof?
Yeah, I shouldn't get into this right now.
Okay.
This is where we're going to get into trouble.
This is where we're gonna get into trouble.
How do you know? What proof?
Yeah, I shouldn't get into this right now.
Okay.
This is where we're going to get into trouble.
But this is something that you feel and that you're trying to work on?
Oh, I know it's true, but,
Does it make a difference?
that he was trained by the CIA?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it makes a difference.
Yeah. Wait, does it make a difference to what?
That he was trained by the CIA?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it makes a big difference too, Woody. And I'd say that's probably why you're really upset and pissed off, because the CIA is the one who trained your father to kill that man. And yet, he's the one that has to go to jail for it. And yet they're the government. And yet your father's the fall man. I'd be pretty pissed off too, Woody. And a matter of fact, now I understand why.
It's called getting burned. burn notice.
Ah, interesting.
When they burn their own agents and they leave them out to dry.
Interesting. So now let's see here.
That's why you never tell them when you're doing a hit.
Now, check this out. So now this is the, how about this? Check this out. Sorry, I gotta turn you guys back down. All right, watch this. So 3 homeless bums, Kennedy. So I type in 3 homeless bums, Kennedy, and well, let's go to the 3 tramps here. Actually, I already have it up. 3 tramps. So did you guys ever hear of the 3 tramps, the 3 homeless dudes that were arrested?
No, I don't know this.
All right, so
Me either.
so these are the 3 tramps, the 3 men photographed by several Dallas area newspapers under police escort near Texas School Book Depository shortly after the assassination of President Kennedy on November 22nd, 63. Since the mid-60s, various allegations have been made about the identities of the men and their involvement in a conspiracy to kill Kennedy. Records released the Dallas Police Department in '89 as the men identified as Gus Abrams, Harold Doyle, and John. Just garbage. But what I'm interested in this other allegations. So other allegations. Charles Harrelson. That's what I just. So in September 1982, contract killer Charles Harrelson, the father of actor Woody Harrelson, while wanted for the murder of federal judge John H. Wood Jr., which I said that's involved in it, which I don't know how, but it's clearly right here, which I don't know. So confessed to killing Wood and President Kennedy during a 6-hour standoff with police in which he was reportedly high on cocaine. Joseph Chagra, the brother of Yamil Chagra, testified during Harrelson's trial that Harrelson claimed to have shot Kennedy and drew maps to show where he was hiding during the assassination. Now, this is Woody Harrelson's father, folks, who's directly trained by the CIA, has already killed someone, a federal judge, and now is claiming to have killed President Kennedy. By the way, the Merry Pranksters, Ken Kesey and the Merry Pranksters. Ken Kesey is the author of on my very last live stream, I did investigation into the MK Ultra, LSD beginnings, and the psychedelic revolution with Tim Leary, Ram Dass, Ken Kesey, Allen Ginsberg, Tim Leary, Jack Kerouac, Hunter S. Thompson. The list goes on and on here, folks. And this is directly involved in the military MK Ultra projects in the 50s. And Ken Kesey himself volunteered to be an MK Ultra mind control. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
he volunteered.
Yeah, he because he needed extra money. And they didn't know, they were trying to, this is when the government was using LSD on its own people in its own universities and civilians, and trying to figure out the military uses of it as a truth serum and whatnot. But eventually it backfired once all the military personnel started to be like, why are we even here? Like why are we doing
yeah. Okay, yeah, those early tests.
So that okay, so now so the Merry Pranksters. Ken Kesey is one of the inventors of the Merry Pranksters, and Woody Harrelson, I discovered. Now this is the psychedelic bus that drove from the West Coast to the East Coast, and this is directly involved with the invention of the acid tests in the 60s and the birth of the Grateful Dead. So the birth of the Grateful Dead came directly from Ken Kesey, the Merry Pranksters, and the acid tests, and they went from the West Coast to the East Coast to go meet up with Tim Leary and Ram Dass and the academic psychedelic users of the East, and to combine forces of the hippies in the West. And it just so happens that Woody Harrelson was a I guess he promotes. He's a fan of all this, of all that, the whole thing. Have you ever heard of Woody Harrelson's conspiracy jab, like 3 minutes long? Remember that shit?
Yeah, vaguely. Yeah.
All right, let me turn this down again. Sorry. Okay, I'm about to light up and smoke. This is getting too. So
well, I was reading the judge's Wikipedia page.
Okay.
It says it's related to a marijuana kingpin that was going to get busted by the judge.
So now look at this. John Craig and Philip Rogers' 1992 book, "The Man on the Grassy Knoll," eventually connected Charles Harrelson. It's so funny because years ago I'd always make fun of the Kennedy assassination. I'd be like, dude, I'd rather research the flat Earth and do scientific experiments on the shape of the physical structure that I think I seem to be living on than trying to figure out who the fuck killed Kennedy. And it's so funny, like, that on accident I just stumble across more of it, and it's like, what the fuck? And so now the bus that these people traveled in, these psychedelic users traveled in, it was called Further, as I said on my last live stream, and it got revitalized, rebirthed, and Woody Harrelson made a documentary in 2001 or 2002 about this revival of the bus. And it's directly involved with these pranksters, and these pranksters were involved with the Hell's Angels and the government, and that's the whole point that I'm bringing in, is that if the government was already involved in MK Ultra and the psychedelic movement, and with those people and the merry pranksters, wait, so then, yeah, so his father, Woody Harrelson's father, was directly involved at the same time in government projects too, at the same exact time. And because that was the early 60s, and then all of a sudden this shit happened right after that. Man, this shit, I mean, I'm trying to like put it all together, but oh my god, dude, people have no idea. And that actually, I think
that counterculture gets such a rosy picture painted about it.
Well, now you have people like, you have Jan Irving, right? You're right.
Well, yeah, that's his only like thing he researches for. That was his main thing he researched for a while.
Well, he fucked up big time. As a matter of fact, I gotta do an expose on him. And now you have, matter of fact, Jan Irving is not. I hate to blame people, but it's because of his pathetic research and his paranoid, conspiratorial research about Esalen and freaking secret agents that I basically kind of lost it at Esalen. That's literally like, that was directly on my mind. It's the first thing that I was thinking about when I was there.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, it's like, dude, you like put me on a bad trip. Like, it's just not a good, like, that's not.
And
now
go
ahead.
And he like takes credit for introducing Joe Rogan to DMT, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he loves taking credit.
Yeah, you're spot on there, mate.
All right, let's check out the. Yeah, exactly, dude. Fuctose, what's up? Voynok, what's up, dude? Rabbit Hole, hell yeah, dude. What's up, Robert? Good to see you. ODD, awesome. Yeah, this is all so interesting to me. So now I have to go. I have to watch this. I'm gonna have to. Yo, that video was intense. I gotta watch that entire. It's interesting because there was a guy called the Umbrella Man in the JFK assassination. He's like, you can see him in the back. He's just this guy, and it's interesting that I watched this video and uploaded by a guy named Umbrella Man. It's like, who are you, Mr. Umbrella Man? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Charles Woodson. Now check this out. Now, all right, check this out. All right, I'm gonna light this up. Yeah, check this out right here. This is Woody Harrelson's dad.
You said you'd kill President Kennedy. At the same time I said I had killed the judge, I said I had killed.
Now,
He looks like his father, Dan.
Yeah, he certainly does. He sounds like him, in his body language is eerily similar. Just watch and see, and listen to what he says, because he admits to being a Manchurian candidate.
You said you'd kill President Kennedy. At the same time, I said I had killed the judge. I said I had killed Kennedy, which might give you an idea as to the state of my mind at the time.
Did you hear what he just said? Which might give you an idea at the state of my mind at the time. Did you guys hear that? Because the audio is going to be a little.
Yeah, yeah.
It's going.
We could hear it.
Yeah, I didn't, Dan, but you're one of the people that I do believe more so than some.
All right. I'll let. It's only 1:50, just like the last one, so I'll let it go through, and then I'll repeat what he's saying when it's kind of mumbly, because my audio is shit, and I don't have people donating microphones and shit to me, and I haven't taken the time.
Mate, this is amazing. Just keep going. It's amazing.
Which might I had killed the judge. I said I had killed Kennedy, which might give you an idea as to the state of my mind at the time. But that was in an effort to elongate my life. This judge.
That was an effort to elongate my life, and then it edits out.
Elongate my life. This judge was killed.
So he's basically saying that he had to admit to killing Kennedy because the government was going to do something even worse if he didn't admit to killing Kennedy, is what I just translated that to.
Yeah, it's called fertilizing your family.
I got to stop interrupting this, because I'm interrupting too much. I'm sorry.
That was in an effort to elongate my life. This judge was killed. I believe, I told you earlier, I didn't know who killed him, and I don't specifically know who killed him, but I believe I know who's responsible for his death. I believe the same people who killed Lee Chakra killed the judge.
So now he's saying that he didn't kill the Judge Wood, but he did kill the federal judge, which was the first dude he killed. So now it does get a little confusing now, because not only did he really kill a judge, but now he's claiming to have not killed the second judge that they're claiming that he did kill. So it starts to get a little confusing.
I believe that
that's what they do. Don't you that's what they do. We're watching a video of Woody Harrelson's father, who's now we learned that he's tied to the fucking JFK assassination. Woody Harrelson was in a movie called Natural Born Killers. That's what made him famous, by the way. Let me continue on.
I believe the same people who killed Lee Chakra killed him, and I don't specifically know elongate my life. This judge was killed. I believe, I told you earlier, I didn't know who killed him, and I don't specifically know who killed him, but I believe I know who's responsible for his death. I believe the same people who killed Lee Chakra killed the judge. I believe that.
See, that's the thing. Now I have to go check out who the people who killed this Lee Chakra guy or whatever. I don't know the story details, but I'm just placing it all together. That's all.
I believe that corrupt. I believe Lee Chakra killed it. I believe the same people who killed Lee Chakra killed the judge.
So that's all I have to do is check out who the hell Lee Chakra is, or whatever the hell that is, and then who were the alleged killers of that, and then that'll give us more information about what the fuck he's talking about, because he's just spewing tons of information out that I have no idea the reference and the context for. So it's just what I do. I find a topic and then I just go into it, and sometimes I'll let it confound me, and I'll get obsessed over it, and but I don't know. I have so many of these topics that I could I could become obsessed with. I have dozens, but I don't know. I'm trying to pick the ones that are important, I guess. I really don't know anymore. I'm such a, the way that I present things, I think, is so pathetic and is lazy compared to how I really could do it. And it's part of the reason why I don't have a lot of subscribers and viewers, is because
Yeah, it's okay though. I mean, you like look at how many tabs you have open.
Hey, it's getting smaller though. You notice?
I mean, that's absurd.
It's getting smaller. Well, let's check it out. So, Flat Earth, Planet. See the Planet Earth 2019 documentary. Now look how old this one is. Flat Earth Advanced Geology Revived documentary. I still gotta watch. Oh, Stephen Fry in America. That's an Earth ship. Stephen Conthers. That's the Electric Universe guys at LIGO. Its claims for black holes and gravitational waves. That's from 2017. I still need to watch. I'm like 2 years behind. Myself. I'm like 2 years behind myself. The Flat Earth August Picard documentary 1966. See, the thing is, now when I go to check up on these, some of them will be gone because they were too good of information and they needed to get rid of them. So I'll keep in mind to see which ones that it says video is unavailable, which it happens a lot. I can't show much more because it starts to get into this area where I'm unveiling certain people's identities and they don't know that I'm doing that yet. But we'll get to that when the time comes. Oh, dude, I want to do this one so badly for you guys. Orson Welles. This is a file where Orson Welles meets H.G. Wells, and they're now the thing about see how Orson Welles and H.G. Wells are spelled the same. H.G. Wells spelled his name that way, Wells, but
Wells,
Orson Welles spelled his name with an extra E.
Yeah.
And when they talked, in this very talk right here that I have, H.G. Wells tells Orson Welles to drop the E in his name, and that's why Orson Welles. Wait, yeah, that's eventually why he. Wait, didn't he eventually end up dropping the E out of his name? Or am I wrong there? I don't know, but either way, it's just so, I don't understand. Like Robert Anton Wilson, I don't I don't know how to explain it. He introduced these people to me like H.G. Wells. I have tons of H.G. Wells books now because of Robert Anton Wilson told me to collect these books, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna collect these certain people. And Orson Welles, I only knew Orson Welles because of his prank, his super prank that he pulled on America and the world, where he tricked them all into believing Mars attacks and aliens were attacking.
Man, what a good case study of how gullible people are.
It's amazing, and that's the whole thing. Like these people, he just wanted to be a magician, just like we all did, or at least I did. And it's like, man, I didn't have rich parents to buy me a magic kit, you know. Like I just did, and then I did my own magic. You know, I've already told you guys, like I've made whole entire neighborhoods.
Man, dude, Dan, UAP said something about this recently.
What?
Do you know the UAP channel?
Yeah, I love that channel.
He says he's not allowed to disclose it right now, but he had a very life-changing event in his life, was manifesting something out of nothing. Like he thought of it, he spoke about it, eventually he manifested it in his life, and it was like a great testament to his own inner ability to just conjure something, really. Mm-hmm. But he hasn't disclosed what it was, but he said it was a very important thing in his life.
Interesting. I love that channel. Oh my god, that's so sad. No why. It's about someone. Hey, what's up, E-Man31? Not as you know it, Captain. Thirst for Truth. Ronin's Quantum Frequency channel. There's another dude who I'm going to be collaborating with, and he's on Roku. What is this Roku thing that people are all using now?
It's like Hulu.
Yeah, well, apparently he's got like one of the #1 channels on Roku or whatever, and so I'll be learning how to podcast with him, and he's going to teach me some extra skills, so I'm not as pathetic. But no, that's another reason why. Like, I used to use my P900 a lot more, and then I would just upload the videos. So you remember like my message to okay, sorry, like Robert Anton Wilson, message to flat earthers, Alan Watts, message to flat earthers, and Terrence McKenna, message to, like, and then I'd have all these tabs up, and whether it's articles of their books, and then YouTube little clips of them mentioning the flat earth, and I'd put them all in an order, and then I'd upload it, and it would be, and I'd get thousands of views. But now I'm just so fucking lazy, or it's just, that takes so much work to do, and I'd rather just go live and do live research and have my live organic thoughts. And I know I'm not going to get as much steam around it, although my format is copied by people like well, I mean, Jesse Spots has been doing that type of format, I think, for a long time, and Matthew North, and I like to consider Matthew North like a young, actually intelligent Jan Irving, like someone who actually knows what. Like, I can see he has got a good young brain on his shoulders. I like that. But and also, if you're not subscribed to the Chronicles of Judah 144, you should be, because this motherfucker, I've been following him since he's had less than 10,000 subscribers, and he's probably over 100,000 subscribers now. And he recently uploaded over 300 videos in one night, and that was like less than a week ago. And it's like taking Soma. It's like the inspiration that I get from seeing a guy. He doesn't I feel so much pride and joy and egoic boosting and pleasure that I don't promote myself, and I still have a little decent following. I'm like, man, I don't even need to promote myself, and I still have a little nook and cranny. This motherfucker doesn't promote himself at all. He doesn't put his face out there at all, and he just quietly uploads 300 videos overnight, and boom, that's how you do it. You don't. It's proof you don't give a shit. You have videos on all subjects, whether it's psychology, women and men relationships, the transgender agenda, the Baphomet, Hollywood, androgynous, the MK Ultra mind control. This guy is.
It's like more than a semester's worth of, you know, education.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, he is incredible. Chronicles of Judah 144. I'm like, I'll skip a night's sleep just to watch this dude's stuff. Like, Chronicles of Judah. I mean, it's Chronicles of Judah 144. He's incredible. He's been my favorite channel for probably like 2 years. I don't really talk about him too much, but I love that guy. And Elliot Hall, I don't know, you don't really have a channel per se, but my God, you
Yeah.
put out a lot of great material, man. I really appreciate you too, because it's just like you remind me of me so much because you do exactly what I want people to do, and you take everything that I am putting out there, and you go into the details and the context of it, and you strip it apart and you dissect it and you show other.
Yeah, I mean, you're very inspiring, because all I need is just a little bit of help to get started. If I get a little taste of something, that's all I need.
Exactly. Yeah, Crow77 sounds great. I used to love his stuff a lot until he kind of disappeared. Thanks, guys. Do you do open panels? Yeah, we do. DZ, I don't even. Oh, DZFMFP. What the hell does that stand for? But yeah, we do open panels, and I can even have you in here. Here, I'll share my Discord. I can share my Discord link, and then I can like screen you instead of. So I'll go to my Discord real quick. I'm gonna like. I have a beautiful joint next to me. There's 13 people watching. I guess I'll like this up. That's just a beautiful looking joint. I'm gonna light this up. Yeah, I mean, man, there's certain channels, man. Man, I used to, certain people. It's so funny how people just like disappear. Okay, so check this out. All right, I'm gonna give you a link to this. Oh, and by the way, I found I've been finding some new musical inspiration, and my God, I and it's so funny because the musical inspiration I found is the son of a legendary subgenius, and and he uses Aleister Crowley on it. He used Aleister Crowley image on his CD. And it's like I'm not saying that I support Crowley, but I just think it's hilarious how so many
It's
people
like
are.
SubGenius is like still like a true counterculture movement.
It really it's funny because I knew it was going to be popular again, and I even predicted. I made a video like in the beginning of 2019 saying that 2019 is the year of the flat Earth subgeniuses, and lo and behold, the documentary came out.
You called it, yeah.
And it's going all over. It's Texas, and it's getting like 4 and 5 stars.
Yeah.
Now it's in San Francisco, and it's premiering tonight in San Francisco. The SubGenius documentary movie premiering tonight in San Francisco. You lucky people.
It's like if you get it, you'll love it. I mean, some people don't get it, but if you get it, you're just gonna be. It's such a cool subculture.
Have you? How many? I mean, be honest. I've probably spent close to 15 to 20 hours, maybe more, maybe 20, maybe a whole 25 or 30 hours, maybe more, maybe probably more, directly just going into that. Like and you can it won't end. That's the thing. Like you think that you can come like, all right, I've studied it. Like it's never ending. The amount of shit that comes out of there. Hold on, sorry. God, it's so fucking funny. It's so funny. And it's like I'll be like totally stoned out of my mind, and I'll be reading the Principia Discordia, the like what the holy text of the Discordians, and which is the brother church, the church that kind of inspired the Church of the Subgenius. It's the Discordians aren't a church; it's more of just a society and a culture, like you said. So I'll be reading the Church of the, or I'll be reading that book, and then all of a sudden it'll say common sense tells us that the Earth is flat, and it's like you'll just be reading it, and then it just throws that in between. It's just so bizarre. And I remember when I read that, I was just like, it was just so perfect. I just smile. I smile from ear to ear like the Cheshire Cat, and I think of Terence McKenna when he says, "When you stumble upon the truth, if it doesn't make you smile, you know it's not the right truth." It's like it's just
yeah, it's like getting a joke. It's just gonna click. Like one of my favorite writers, David Foster Wallace, he says you know you're onto something when it just clicks.
Exactly. Oh, what do you think about the Mandela effect? I think it's something that takes as much consideration as the flat Earth. That you should definitely look into it. It's as serious as a topic as any. Although, if you consider CERN a serious topic, although I mean, as a flat earther, I look down on it, but as a overall, just you like those people, dude. I've learned a lot from globe heads recently, and I don't know. I know I'm not completing my thoughts, and I know I'm leaving so many open-ended things up. It's just like I just don't care, man. I don't have anything to prove. I'm just trying to fucking like I don't want to make fun of CERN because I know if I went into CERN with a video camera or not, and I talked to people, I know I would come away with a more of an understanding, more of a closer to the maybe I don't know, like you come away with more truth than I would if I didn't go there. Like when I go to museums and shit, and I ask the people, the workers, that like, hey, are these dinosaur bones real? And they're like, no, they're just all composites and shit. I'm like, yeah, yeah, that's exactly what I was just making sure you're not gonna lie to me, like, like because like once you tell me that no, these are all real, I'm like, well, then you don't have any clue what you're talking about. Like then that backs up my theory that you're all useful and willing idiots. You're all useful idiots. Oh, yeah, so you're telling me that all these people are in a conspiracy? No, 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 it's not what I'm telling you. But yeah, man, a
Yeah,
lot of
next time I see a Foucault's pendulum, I'm gonna ask the guy, does it ever
give it a little
stop?
push. It does. It does. Gotta give it a little push. But so I'm sorry, I'm just smoking this fucking blunt here, or this joint here, enjoying I mean, I'm pretty much. I didn't read the rest of this, but now Mars stated that Harrelson was involved with criminals connected to intelligence agencies and the military, and suggested that he was connected to Jack. See, like look at this shit, man. Just pure. Now that's what the government does and the military does is that they employ the mafia to be the fall guys, and that's their insurance, and they can always frame the mafia people. They're like, no, it was them, and that's what they do. And Hollywood is directly involved in and that's where they come up with the intelligent gangster, the intelligent thug archetype, like Nipsey Hussle. And so they directly influence millions of young black minds and young men in general, and to act a specific. Well, I'm going to be an intelligent hustler, intelligent gangster. That's the archetype, and I'm the only intelligent comedian around here. No, there's actually a lot of other
Oh
intelligent.
yeah, well yeah, Breaking Bad was a new take on that.
What do you mean?
The TV show Breaking Bad glorified a really intelligent
Meth maker.
Yeah,
Okay.
and his boss, the meth maker's boss, was a business owner of a chicken franchise.
Well, yeah, you have to have front organizations to have excuses to why you're making all this money. That's like well, where are you getting all this money from? Well,
Right, and that character was so meticulously anal, like obsessive about all his front company business.
yeah, I find that shit so interesting. What's up, Flat Earth Theta? Yeah, I mean, like, dude, when I was in Los Angeles, now I just think about it. Sorry, fuck, so many tabs up, and I'm like trying to enjoy this joint. I want to have this thing, and want to talk with you guys, and I want to see if I need to finish off any more of this Woody Harrelson shit, but I'm gonna have to do this privately because. But look at this shit. I want to see why Cardi. Well, I think we know why Cardi B smells. I'm Cardi B. I smack my pussy around and. Oh my god, dude! These people are acting like pigeons, just celebrating dummies, dums. You just, oh my god, it's crazy.
Other videos so you understand what I'm talking about if you don't. Nope.
No. These people, even Joe Rogan makes fun of pregnant men now. That's how far we've come. Even Joe Rogan goes, no. Men can't get pregnant, guys. Like, even the Globe Earth comedians know this now. Wow. We're really getting somewhere. Now, it's interesting, because you know Duncan Trussell?
Oh yeah.
Now, he's one of the top Rogan minions.
Oh yeah.
And not many people talk about him because he's, well, lo and behold, he's a psychedelic type of comedian.
He talks a lot about traveling to Hawaii to go meet with Ram Dass.
Yes, exactly. And now, when I made fun, did you see that one documentary that I tried to that I uploaded for you guys about the Shane Moss, that psychedelic comedian who lost his mind and went into a mental institution because he tried to take every drug known to man?
Yeah.
So I responded to him about the flat Earth, and he responded back to me on Twitter.
Oh, awesome.
But it was bad. It was. So then it got into a Twitter fight where him and I were just going back and forth, and then Duncan Trussell showed up, and I'm like, dude, I have Rogan's minions in the pot. Like I've interacted with nearly every single one of these people. Kill Tony, Jeff Ross, Duncan Trussell, Joe himself,
Dude, Tony Hinchcliffe is annoying.
Jeremiah Watkins.
I like Jeremiah. Jeremiah's cool.
Now these are all like Jeremiah is somebody who I went into the comedy scene with in 2009 and 2010, and he was doing his thing, I was doing my thing, and he's made it that far because he's stuck at the comedy store. And when I went back there recently, the past 2 years, he's still, and Eric Griffin.
It was the roast battles that helped Jeremiah.
Man, there's so much shit it's just so connected. The comedy world, the mainstream world. Like, think about it, man. Elon Musk, Sean Lennon noted, like, they pay attention to random flat Earth subgenius. Oh, he's making a video about Jack Parsons and Robert Anton Wilson and NASA laboratories. And
it's so cool that like they'll comment on your tweet. They'll come to you and chat to you.
That's mind blowing to me, and it's to the point where I said it years ago that these Globe Earth comedians are, and I said it to Powerland recently this past year, that these Globe Earthers have been talking in secret, not only in secret behind the stage and behind the scenes, but also have been practicing their flat Earth ridicule on stage and they've been doing it for years now, and Powerland didn't know that. And he's like, that's what they're doing? I'm like, oh, he's like, oh, fuck. And I'm like, they weaponize those comedians. And it's like, there's certain comedians that people take more seriously than scientists. That's why I'm strictly I call myself just a flat Earth comedian. I'm a flat Earth scientist now. I have to make that known. It's different. No, you're not a, you know how many times people have told me I'm not a scientist and I'm not a comedian?
That's a defeatist talking. That's a someone who's already think they've lost. It's like, come on, guys, just start acting the part.
You're not that, Elliot. You're not that.
It's like saying you're not a reader or something.
Like, you're not a comedian. I go, yeah. It's just like, the thing is that I'm funnier than you are, and I don't need to perform as much as you. Doesn't that make you feel like shit? That you're less funnier than someone who performs 3 times a year? Like, doesn't that make you feel like an asshole? By the way, how's your comedy special doing? Oh yeah, you don't have one? Neither do I. So fuck off, stupid. It's like what are you talking about?
And sometimes they will admit they know people that are funnier than them that aren't on stage as much. I've heard comics say that a lot. Like, oh man, my friend is way funnier than me. Mm-hmm. He just doesn't do stand-up comedy as much.
Well, yeah, they're called joke writers. And some joke writers try to become famous comedians, and it works for them. But guess what? People like Amy Schumer will date a joke writer, and then they'll use the joke from the joke writer because they're not a good stand-up comedian. You see how it works?
Yeah.
Oh man, it's a beautiful, intricate.
Right. So you're right. The stand-ups are the ones that play the game of Hollywood and show business.
See, that's the thing, and they downplay it. So they have, at the same time where they do want all the fame and the power, that the actors and the super elite, they have to pretend like they're surprised. Oh, it's just, I'm just little old insecure me. I didn't see this coming. I didn't see it coming at all. It's like, dude, I've been envisioning this shit since I've been fucking like 10 years old. Fucking, I'm like, dude, I can do that shit. I'm like, what's the difference?
Yeah, and with me, it's like I would love to engage with philosophers, like these professors. They go to these conferences all the time and just read their papers to a room full of people that are just not active in society like we would like to see. It's like the ivory tower problem. They get stuck in their ivory towers. So it's their own kind of network that they get sucked into, and they can't separate themselves from it. So I would love to do that with academics and show people you don't have to be the professor, academic philosopher to make an impact.
Yeah, man, fucking.
It's like, I mean, some of the, it's the same thing. It's like some of the most engaging, thought-provoking people are not professors in academia. I'm sure you've met people that are just completely mind-blowing to encounter.
Yeah, I had a couple stories that I lost track of earlier that I was going to tell, but it's like I've met homeless people that are so fucking genius that I'm like, holy shit, like lunatic bums that I'm like, I go, dude, like I've been talking with them, and I've seen them reject people. I'm watching them sit at a spot while I'm homeless, and they're a bum, and I'm a homeless man watching the bum. But when I say homeless, I mean I'm living out of my car in a parking lot next to Skid Row, and it's really strange because I noticed that Joe Rogan's starting to talk about Skid Row, and all these comedians are starting to talk about Skid Row and shit. Oh, like Skid Row.
Oh yeah, Tom Segura and Christina Pazinski.
Yeah.
They talk about homeless people all the time. They have these YouTube videos of homeless people in LA. Like, I guess there's a lot of people that film homeless people in LA.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. They just make fun of homeless people that are either on drugs or defecating or something. It's called open defecation. They have this whole running joke about open defecation.
Oh, wow. Interesting. By the way, you know how Joe Rogan's producer when he first started was Brian Redband?
Yeah, that guy is a complete weirdo.
So it's the guy who like looks up all the stuff, and now he has a different guy. So now Joe Rogan let him go.
Right, he replaced the weirdo with more of a straight lace guy.
But now Redman does his own thing. But here's the thing, Segura's main guy, Segura's Redman, who he calls Blue Man.
Oh right.
That's Josh Potter, and Josh Potter is Joe Rogan's guy now, who picks up all the clips and brings up all the stuff. And Josh Potter is, in my opinion, the most popular Buffalo comedian. So Josh Potter, and he knows me, and so I know that they talk, and like, dude,
the SubGenius. They talk about the SubGenius.
Dude, because I've been hitting up Josh more and more on Twitter and stuff, and
Josh seems like a cool guy.
And he only responds. It's just, I think it's so interesting to me, man. It's so
call it what it fucking is, Dan. Call it what it is. He's a fucking weirdo. That fuck. And I tell you what, who were fucking butt fucking. That fuck. I mean, those two weirdos, mate. He's a psycho.
He's
I listen to those.
I think he's out of Denver.
Mate. I don't give a.
But occasionally this guy will talk about conspiracies too. And he has his own YouTube channel, but it's kind of like the least number of followers I've ever seen. John Toll, Tole.
I'm gonna stop sharing this and see what happens here. So I'll do that. I'll stop sharing. So it's not sharing anymore. So then I'll.
Yeah, sorry, mate, but he's a fucking asshole. Sick.
No, I'm just gonna switch it. And I'll turn the camera on, I guess.
Fucking sick fuck.
I don't know, man.
Brian Redband, man, is a sick fuck.
Oh yeah, the thing. Oh, and Sam Chipotle. and now I'm in Sam Chipotle's Discord group now.
Oh, really? His he's got like a lot of pans on the frying. Or, what's that phrase? He's got a lot of stuff going. He's always trying to work it.
Yeah, he's famous for getting his start for being a hooky and a tranny banger.
And he's proud of starting a. He got a club in LA to have comedy nights every night of the week. He calls it the Dojo.
Yeah, and they have trannies go up there, and he likes to humiliate trannies live.
Yeah.
Now that's the thing about the comedy world is that what you have to watch out for is the transgendered. Not only is there transgendered comedians, which I know about, and they actually hide it from their audience. Not only do they hide that they're gay, I know comedians that have told me never to tell anyone that they're gay.
Wow.
And they lie to their crowd. They keep it up. And I know these people personally. Matter of fact, I know them so well. I got so involved with these people where I was Hunter S. Thompson. I'm going to be a gonzo journalist and directly input myself in the story. And so I want to meet and be big brothered by these comedians that are directly involved with Hollywood and Warner Brothers. And so eventually they invite me out to their little pool where they play pool and have drinks afterwards. And so the one comedian's like, he's like, so you've been around here for 3 months now. He's like, what's your end game here? What's your goal? He's like, what is your deal? He's like, why are you out here? And I'm like, I'm just out here to, do some comedy and pursue my goals. And he's like, yeah, well, what makes you different than anyone else? I'm like, oh, well, I just do this thing called I just call it like it is. And I tell the truth, and it pisses people off. And actually, I know more about people themselves than they know about themselves. And he's like, oh, really? He's like, is that the case? He goes, well, why don't you tell me something about me that I don't. I go, oh, well, you're gay.
Oh, damn, dude, you got some balls.
Oh, by the way, he's like a 6'4" black guy.
Dan, size doesn't matter, man. Truth is fucking will beat any ass. I don't give a fuck. You just tell the truth, Dan. It'll beat any motherfucker. I'm a little fucking cunt here. I'm telling you, tell the truth, Dan. Don't let him trick you. Even these fucking people that come on your show, even this person on now, I don't know who the fuck this guy is talking to you right now. I don't know none of these cunts. I've known you for 4 years, Dan. There's a lot of shills out there, mate. Fucking pretty people. Pretty fucking people. I get you fuckers in a ring and I'll see your ass.
THC, Anthony, let me formally introduce you to Elliot Hall here. Sorry,
I don't know who the fuck Elliot is, but fuck, mate, I'm smelling roses.
Oh, man, I think I've seen you on a previous one.
Mate, you know what?
Nice to meet you, Anthony.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, mate. You fucking don't know me. Look, I just fucking know Dan and a few others. You fucking people have just come on the game, mate. This young man, Dan F., he's got more balls than fucking 90% of the people that I've met in this country. God damn it. When are we going to all stick together and just call it how it is? I mean, we're just like, want to be liked. What the fuck is wrong with everybody? Fuck this shit, man. We're going to lose it if we don't fucking come up and fucking group. I'm telling you out there, they're nasty fuckers out there. I'm nasty, man. Nasty. Dan, I love you, brother, but fucking, mate, I'm telling you, you got some fucking shills in your program. Mate, they're sending shit to my fucking wife, saying some of the things I've sent. I mean. Who the fuck wants to pay attention to my dirty white ass? I'm dead set, dude. Fuck, what the fuck? I'm nothing, but my life is fucking, I can't say shit. I gotta suck dick all the time. God damn it, man. I'm telling you, Dan, you're a very rare man. I love you, brother. But fuck, mate, I tell you what, I treat you like a fucking one of my family members, brother. I've seen you over 4 years, dude. You're the only person that has not been fucking bent. And I say that from Karen B to all of these motherfuckers. The 105 people you have on your fucking program, 101 of them are fuckers.
Damn.
Yeah, so that means you got 4 fucking nice people. I don't know if you're one of them, Elliot, but fucking I know Dan's one of them.
Yeah, no, I don't attack people. I gently,
No.
man, that's not my style.
Yeah, look, Dan's a nice guy, man. Look, mate, the guy's just fuck. Oh my God, young man just wanting to know the truth. You know, what is wrong with that?
Wait, who's fucked?
No, I'm saying Dan. I mean, look, you cop a lot of shit, man, for fucking speaking truth, and it's just bullshit. You don't get no support.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I get as much support as I need. Elliot,
Yeah,
and
but
Elliot and you are good support, and the people in the chat are good support.
I know, dude. It is what it is. But anyway, all I can say, Dan, just bring it on, have some fun.
Tickets, and you know, I don't. The thing is that I don't need an AOK or permission from other people. I don't need notoriety or I don't need that. What's that called? A pat on the back or the what's it called? Like that seal of approval from other people.
Right.
Yeah. I understand, Dan. Understand. But you know what? Amongst family members, man. It's nice to pull you aside and say, "Hey, mate, you fucking did a good job." You know, there's none of that going on. You know, we all want to bicker with each other and slice and dice and see who's got the biggest dick. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, that is really annoying.
It's like, annoying.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I could pretty much completely stop that.
A lot of great talent. A lot of great talent down in this community, man. It breaks my heart to see, you know, just people not wanting to put in the time because they just get chewed up. UAP is gonna he's done, dude. He's fucking done.
Why? What do you mean?
He's so close to fucking just fucking off, mate. Another brilliant person that's being grilled by assholes.
It's so interesting because it's like it reminds me of like wrestling promos. Like I've seen them come and go. You're just another fry in the pan. Just another little. Yep. It's just like they get really big, and it's like but then what happens? What happens? It gets overcooked, that's
it, mate. That's it. You're overcooked. I'm fucking still at 300 subs. Fucking 5 years later. Yeah. Hey, YouTube, suck my cock. You know what? I don't give a flying fuck. You can go and suck my hairy dick, YouTube. You know what? I will get out there. And you know what it takes? I've worked out you motherfuckers out there. You just want entertainment. I will find a fucking person that will give you entertainment with my words behind it. I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do this. Fuck you. I'm sick of this shit. Because you know what? I'm not the smartest cat on the block. Mate, I'm an old cunt. I've seen lots. I need to put it with a little bit of deliverance, clean language, no fucking swearing for you Christian cunts, and just put some visual aspect, because that's all you can fucking understand is visual, because you don't read fucking books. You know, I'm done. I'm fucking done. Done as a fucking dog dinner.
Yeah, man, Anthony, I totally feel you, because someone like Dan or UAP, it's like there's such a high level of information coming, and why are we getting distracted?
Yes.
Just stick to the information.
Yes, and I've got to do that too, dude. But UAP, I swear to God, nice gentleman. Dan, nice gentleman. Antonio, nice gentleman. Everyone else can go and fuck themselves.
Agreed.
I mean, I've seen it all, dude. Dude, I've seen so much bickering and behind the scenes, and it's terrible, dude. I mean, they've made me out like I'm a fucking tart on YouTube, and I fucking fucked nobody. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, I just don't understand it, dude. I mean, Karen B and all those guys, and it's probably a guy, but anyway, I hope they fucking clip this and show this to her, because those people, they don't care about your children and the information that you're trying to share, brother. They're just wanting clicks and popularity. It is such a, what do you call those fuckers?
Social climber?
They're fucking, yeah, dude.
Fame
It's just so
grabbers?
sad.
Fame grabbers? I don't know. But,
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on.
Knicker
Hold on.
grabbers.
Let me get this thought out. Let me get this thought. Wait, what was it?
Knicker grabbers. You know those guys that get knickers thrown at them, they stick them on their head. It's like, no, I'm an old prick, so I seen knickers flying through the air to the singer, you know. But anyway, but you know what, mate?
Hold on.
I know.
Hold on.
Sorry, Dan.
What saddens me is when I I don't do many Bible shows, but I've specifically done live streams, Q&As that let's talk about Jesus, let's talk about the Bible, or any I've only done it a couple times, but what was the other one? The one I said, sorry, I have my freaking brain in the gutter because you got me. Oh yeah, what makes me sad is I tried to do a peace video. I did the peacekeeping video. Like look at my eyes. It's like a peacekeeping video between vegans and meat eaters, flat earthers, globe heads, meat eaters, and
yeah. No, I remember that. I remember that. You are such like the guy who's trying to calm everyone down and get back to work.
And I made that, and I made that video, and I read a Bible verse. I think it was Corinthians 13, and it said, if you're one who eats only plants, don't condemn meat eaters, and don't think yourself superior to them. And if you are a meat eater, don't judge the plant eater for being, you know, a silly little plant eater and a mentally and physically frail person. And which now it was so interesting that Santos Bonacci, he suddenly is no longer my friend. Like we were friends for nearly a decade, because I was following him before when we were both globeheads, when we were both trying to figure out the universe. And at the same time, I was probably in the Nassim Haramein universe, the vortex universe, the vorticular heliocentric universe, where the Earth and the galaxy is flying around the sun, and the sun's going random somewhere. I don't know really where, just flying throughout the end of the space. And that's when I thought I was superior to all the stupid globe heads who were in the different spinning the typical standard model of the heliocentric, where the Earth's just going around the sun and the sun is chilling in the galaxy. So I just thought myself, my ego thought myself superior to them back then, and so I'm like, I just so sick of feeling superior, and especially with in all these different flat earthers, and it's like, well, that's the whole point. And I'm like, that's why I made that video, a peace treaty video. Literally, it said waving of the white flag, a dove, a message of the dove, which means I surrender, and it's a sign of peace between two countries. And it's like he defriended me. He doesn't want to talk. It's like, and that's just. And he re-added me on Facebook. But it's like he hasn't spoken a word to me, and I haven't spoken
yeah, that's too bad.
To him since then. And we talked pretty periodically before that, even though we never did a live stream.
It's so judgmental. Like, people are on have their personal lives. Like, why are you gonna try and control how someone else's life is? Like, just stick to the information. Tell us what you want to tell us. Share what you want to share.
And by the way, I asked Santos years ago. I go, hey Santos. I go, by the way, when did you first decide to become a vegan? And he's like, he said his late 30s or early 40s, and I'm like, oh, okay, just a reminder, I'm 31 years old or 32 years old.
You have such good comebacks for everyone.
And yeah, it's just I just kind of remind that it's just like, and I've already made up my mind. Robert Anton Wilson did it, and Bob did it for me, and I read The Cosmic Trigger when I've been a vegetarian for a year, and I was healthier, and guess what? I will be a vegetarian and a vegan in the future. I know it for a fact, and so. Well, I'm not going to, but I know people who have been a vegetarian and a vegan for years, for 5-10 years, and then they stop and then they switch back, and they're like, I've concluded that both ways are fine. Do whatever you want to do. That's the best way. Do whatever. I don't want to infringe.
I'm more concerned about chemicals, right? It's like the chemical problem is way bigger than the meat problem.
Yeah, exactly. Just reduce your GMOs.
Yeah.
Reduce your chemicals, and drink
like
distilled water. A lot of water.
I think I've heard that the number of chemicals that is being invented every year. Yeah, they invent way more chemicals than they're actually testing for safety. There's no way they're testing all the chemicals that they're inventing every year.
Yeah, no, not a chance.
80,000 chemicals have been introduced into our food since 1974. That's 80,000 fucking chemicals. Yeah, okay, if I could give you a fucking library on these fucking chemicals. Do you know what? Some of these chemicals, man, they'll make your dick fall off. I'm telling you, these are nasty people. They do not care. They do not care. They do not care. They want to turn a man to grow bitch tits. Why do you think they brought soy in? Soy is a fucking animal feed. What the fuck? Soy. You know what the Chinese call soy? You know what the Chinese call soy?
What?
Fucking lamb food. What the fuck are you feeding it humans? It gives you big titties, mate, to milk. I mean, oh my God, hey brother, you come to Portland, you look at the consumption of soy. I tell you what, I can show you a 30-year-old man with grown D cups. He has not had surgery. He's drinking soy.
Wow,
he
you're
has
right.
Soy for breakfast.
So the transgender agenda really is deep.
Soy. Yeah. It's soy. It's soy. It's soy. It shrinks your balls and grows your boobs. That's it, mate. So, you can do a daily cat. If I could take this on, but I'm an old cunt now, I can't do it. So if you measured your balls from drinking soy, they will shrink 3 inches over a year. Yes.
Ugh.
They will shrink. Shrink. What the fuck is that? I wish some smart person would do this experiment. I'm too old now. But if you get a young man with big balls and have him drink soy for a year, you'll see his tits grow and his balls shrink.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know, on 2 gallons of soy.
I used to be a little boy.
I know, boy. A squeaky voice. I know, man. I don't know what to do with my man agenda, I see men and I want to slap every man I see because, they want to fucking go and put on their wife skirt with him. Fucking... No, serious, dude. In my country, you fuck up, you get slapped. That's it.
Yeah.
That is it. There's no let's come and talk about it and find out if your parents fucked you up and made you wear a dress. No. I'm going to slap your ass. You're going to go back there and do it properly. I mean, what the fuck are we dealing with here, dude?
Man.
Come on. It's really, Dan, we just need to really stand up or we're going to lose the whole thing. And you know what? I don't want to be surrounded by titty boys and skirt wearers, mate. Look, I love women, but I cannot stand a two-faced man that wears a skirt at night and a slacks in the day. I got no time for this shit.
So when
Dude, thank you for that. Thanks for just calling it out, being honest, not being afraid to say it. People are too afraid to just say it.
No, dude, look, I love the guys. Look, they're manipulating the way we are as people.
No, we know.
Man,
Yeah,
you
we
know
know.
what?
We know. We know. We know.
The only reason I'm doing this, dude, is for my children. Look, I love you guys. I don't know you. I know a little bit about Dan. But you know what? I've got sweet little children. You imagine if my children grow up around fucking men with titties. What
Oh
the
my.
fuck does that do to my son?
So here's the thing. I was watching America's Got Talent the other day with my mom, and I see a
Yeah,
guy.
titty boys.
I see a guy come on there, and he goes, "Oh, what's your name? Oh, my name's Monkey." And he's got a fucking curly mustache, and he's got a swimming trunks on, like Matthew Silver. No offense to Matthew Silver, because I like the guy. But this guy,
Me too.
he had a he was he dude, he took off his flower tutu and bent over, showing his ass and balls to the kids, to the whole audience, 3,000 people. And
Yeah.
luckily, now here's the thing: millions of people are watching this, millions. And I watched this with my mom. It's like it's a bonding thing, and because I make fun of it, man. I'm just like terrible, and I'm like hypnotized like a Buddhist. It's just terrible. It's like, whoa, that's just. I'm trying to meditate on America's Got Talent, and, and this is like they have
I love you, Dan.
they have no talent. There's I am what I'm most impressed is that like everyone's going crazy for like the most pathetic things. And I'm like, I've always felt that way, where I'm like, I'm in awe. I'm in awe of watching everyone around me like cheer and go crazy for a mediocre, boring person. Like they're
Yeah.
just all like, what is that? I'm like, this.
It's the same. Well, it's the same thing as how people don't read, people don't research. They don't bother to even look into what music they like or entertainment they like. They just take the easiest thing they can find. Right? They put no effort into even what they want to have fun with, much less what they want to research.
Oh my gosh, good point. Yeah. Ugh. Let's see here. We've got 14 watching. Dude, shout out to the people in the chat room. People in the chat room, there's 14 people here, but yet they don't want to talk. There's like no one talking, dude. There's
Yeah, because you're all. I tell you what, you 14 people, I love you, but any little fuckers in there, go and speak your mind, you little twats. Go and speak your mind.
And then they leave. Oh, so it's
Yeah.
like other flat earthers just checking in on me, see what I'm talking about. All right, well, shout out to my haters out there.
Dan, and I don't reckon you have too many haters, man. I really do. I think you got a lot of people that listen to you, Dan, that are just starting to wake up. Holy shit. You have not changed your fucking, how could I say, the way you deliver your speech. You haven't, Dan. You haven't changed.
I've gotten probably a little more mellower and
more mellow. Yes, you are. You're more mellow. No bong rips or vodka sips amongst speeches. Yes.
Well, I mean, I am smoking and drinking vodka, but
yeah, but drinking a bottle of it and smoking a fucking ounce of weed in one session is a bit different.
Yeah, I was about to say I used to get deranged and scream like violently for hours and then fall asleep on camera.
Yep. Man, I'm telling you, Dan, you're salt of the earth, man. But all I can say, hey, Elliot, what the fuck brought you here?
Oh, he's gone. He'll be back in a little bit. Elliot,
yeah,
you here?
yeah. Look, I've heard of Elliot on your show a few times. He seems a really nice gentleman and knowledgeable. But I mean, you know what? It's better to have one on your show, Dan. I'm telling you. It only takes you and another person.
Sorry, he said be right back.
Yeah, he's solid. You know, I listen to him, and I don't mean to grill people, but mate, you know what? God damn it, dude. You know, if we don't do something here, Dan, and eventually you may have kids, I have kids, and if I'm not here, mate, I'm held to these assholes that are going to be talking to my children.
Yeah.
You know, God damn it. You know, holy shit. I mean, they're weird fucks, man. I mean, I was on that show today. all I said was that motherfucker Mark Sargent is a shill, and they fucking banned me. They blocked me for 300 minutes or 300 seconds, and then I came back and I said something a little naughty, and then they fucking ripped me ass. They took me out of there.
Hey,
It's like no free speech.
hey, Brenda, happy birthday.
Anyway,
And
happy
Brenda,
birthday, Brenda.
you might be wondering, how does this guy know my birthday? It's almost like godlike. It's because I know more about people than they know about themselves.
Is that
But,
Brenda from the old days?
Yes, it is.
Hey, hello, Brenda, and I'm glad you're all together. I hope you haven't chopped it off yet.
So let's see here. Oh, there it is. All right, so. Oh, Stanley Kubrick. Now, what are your earliest memories of Kubrick, Anthony?
My early memories of Kubrick. Boy, oh boy. He was being handled.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know how I know it. He was just
By
a
so
very,
many
very
people.
intelligent man.
He was being handled by Walt Disney, Jack Parsons,
Intelligent man, dude.
NASA.
Yeah, I think, you know what? You know what it is, Dan? Dan, I know men, we all, I'm speaking for myself here, nobody else here. I used to. I'm an old cunt now. I used to think with my penis. For the first 25 years, I would consult with my penis. That's it. And if my penis says it was good, I would go with that trade. It didn't lead me in many eventual things that I got into, but that's how I ran my life. I ran my life from one head, and that was my penis. It's very terrible. Now, with Kubrick, I think all these very, very ingenious people, very smart people like Antonio and all of us, I think we get a honey bucket put in front of us, and I like honey, like a lot of us, and some of us get our hand caught in the honey jar, man. And I'm not saying it's good or bad that what we've done, but we got led into that honey jar because they don't want you, because somehow I don't know how they knew Antonio was bringing out a book, but they know you, Dan, they know me, they know a lot of us on what we're going to do 5 years from now. How the fuck do I know how they know that? I don't know. I would like to know. I really would love to know.
Well, I mean, you're pretty. That's what they all want to know. They're social engineers. Of course, they need to predict that stuff so they can make as much money as they possibly can. But the thing is that's why you should just keep to yourself and do what you got to do, and don't even really tell your goals to anyone, and just do your goals. So the quicker you just do your goals without even telling anyone. Like my 5-year plan was to go to Esalen and complete a course there, and then to go to the Earship Academy and complete the course there. And I've done both.
And you did, dude. I know, isn't that cool?
And I actually said that on Patricia Steers' Hangout, and I did exactly what what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna rewatch my Patricia Steer Hangout live, and I'll do it in like double time or whatever. Like I usually do 1.25 or 1.5, and I'll commentate on every.
That's beautiful, Dan.
And I think that's going to be genius, just to see how far everyone's come, including Patricia and myself. How we don't, how she has me blocked, and how a lot of other people have me blocked. And it'll be interesting to see who's in the chat room live, and to see how many people are now in different sects and sectors than as to what they were in the past. And I'll expose more people.
Good, beautiful, Dan. And you know what? It's like we say, we do keep things to ourselves. And all those motherfuckers out there, I have just in the last 2 weeks completed a machine that's taken 5 years to build. It's going to be revealed in 12 weeks from last week, and it's going to Tennessee. And so all you cunts out there that are trying to stop this, it's already being built. So fuck you, and you know who you are. But
Awesome,
anyway,
awesome.
yeah, Dan, I got a 58,000-pound fucking centrifuge being built. It's been 5 years in the making, man, and it's being built.
Well, I'm gonna have to donate money.
Weeks. Well, mate, it breaks down hemp and it will heal the world. I'm starting with 2 states, and I got many more states in this country, and I'm going to heal one at a time. Fuck the money. I want to open up hospitals to heal your ass, and then I'm going to take this shit to my country, Australia, before they kill me.
There's gonna be a lot of money and amazing.
Yeah, man, fuck that shit. I know.
No,
fuck it. I just want the farmers to have their fucking livelihood back. That fuckers.
No, dude, I know you're more interested in that and your children, but I'm just like,
you bet.
but there is so much money to be made, and especially the concentrated THC, the 97%, the oil, especially the oil.
Dan, I can teach you that. Fucking, it's so easy, man. It's easy. You know, they try and make things complicated, man. I'm a dumb cunt. I've never been to school.
Yeah,
never.
Just very simple stuff. Yeah, just extracting and changing the green into an oil. It's very simple stuff. Matter of fact, yeah, I should.
Dude. Dan, do it, man. Do it. Learn it. You just don't know where it goes.
That hemp isn't magic. Yeah, no. Well, actually, it is. So, like, that's the thing, Brenda. It's like, it is though. Like, what do you mean?
It's
like,
magic. It's magic. I've given mothers and fathers back to their children. I've given grandparents back to their children. I've given children back to their mum and dads.
No, that's why that's why people believe in Jesus and God, is because they've seen the miracle healing properties of hemp and cannabis and different types of THC oils, and they believe in Jesus and God. And I don't, like, go ahead and believe in Jesus and God. Go ahead, like, whatever. But you know, like, you're gonna hate on me for not appealing to your idea of everything. I'm not. I'm just gonna laugh at you and spit at your feet and kick dirt at you. That's all. I mean, that's all. Like, you know, like how the player goes, like, the umpire kicks the player out of the game. I've had that happen. I've been the baseball player getting kicked out of the game. I have, and I've been kicked out of religion, kicked out of school, kicked out of church, kicked out of baseball games, because the authority isn't always right, and they always want you around them. The TV and this guy's really good. This kid's really good. He can be an all-star. He can be an MVP. He's really, he's got it. And that's what they do. There are scouts in every single field of physical and mental health, and they scout. You don't even know you're being watched. And when you're a comedian and you're in Los Angeles, and it's like you wish to be discovered by someone who's is watching you, and like, oh, I'm just gonna do my performance, and I'm gonna get talked to and offered a contract on your TV show after my 5 minutes open mic at Lestat's in San Diego, and it's like, that does happen, but man, you got to do that a lot. And you got to make it a full-time job, and that's what I'm like, dude. I'm like, you traded in your full-time job for another full-time job. Now you don't even like it anymore. You used to thought that you were gonna like it, and your stand-up comedy was gonna set you free, but now you're in a rat race in stand-up comedy, and now you don't even enjoy doing that anymore. And now it's become a job and something you don't even enjoy. Ugh, that's bad. That's bad.
Yeah, look, Dan, I'm telling you, man, we need some great comics, man, because I'm telling you, it's all run by the leftists that a bunch of skirt wearers, mate. I mean, I have not. There's not too many good comedians out there
Did I ever tell you my
that
tranny
don't
story?
go on. Yeah, go.
Did I ever tell you the story of when I met the tranny in Hollywood?
No. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So this is when I was homeless in Los Angeles. I would go to like a Starbucks or coffee types of spots, and this chick, she's like, "Oh, could I sit here?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." I was sitting at a table, and I was just on my computer. It's so funny because that's when it all started. Like, it's not true. Like, I was in Los Angeles at a different spot, and a guy comes up to me, and he's like, "Do you mind if I sit down here?" And I'm like, "No, go ahead, dude." I go, I actually knew that you were gonna ask me that." And he's like, "Oh, what do you mean?" I'm like, "I don't know. I had a feeling you were gonna ask me to." He's like, "Oh," he's like, "Well, I'm just taking a quick break." He's like, he's like, "What?" He's like, we just got into it immediately, and then he gave me a flyer, and he goes, "I want you to watch these." It was like the Obama deception, some 9/11 documentary, like George Bush, and then Zeitgeist, like, and this was, and I'm like, I already seen Zeitgeist, and when I seen Zeitgeist, I think that was before I smoked weed, and everyone around me was drunk and high. I was at a party where I was completely 100% sober, where I didn't drink or smoke, and everyone was high and drunk around me, and Zeitgeist was on, and I was watching Zeitgeist like fucking tripping balls, and this was like the first one, and I'm like, holy shit, and this dude comes up to me out of nowhere when I'm in Los Angeles, and he hands me a piece of paper and with a list, and I'm talking like a dozen different things for me to watch, and I was homeless, and I just that's when I stopped. I couldn't leave my computer, and I was always on the computer and always thinking about different things and in different forums and in groups and clubs and conspiracies, like above top secret, and this was like fucking 15 years ago, and longer, and it's just like, it's so funny how it all comes full circle, and how everything just, I don't know, how it's amazing how everything comes full circle. I cut myself off really just because I was talking too much.
No, you did, mate.
Nice. 17 people. Cool. Like and share. I appreciate you guys being here. Dan W, do you want to join, or are you just not going to join here or not going to respond?
Yeah, Dan W. Yeah. Go and take off your skirt, Dan W, and get on here. Oh, and speak your truth. Come on, Dan, get on here. I haven't spoke to you for a fucking while, little prick.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
There's
and you know what?
15 people watching. Nobody wants to talk in the chat room. I really appreciate if you guys chatted more in the chat room. Or you can even join if I know you. You can join the panel.
Yeah. No titty shows, please. No penis titty shows on this show.
Oh, back to that tranny story. So, matter of fact, hold on, let me juice up. So, I mean, a really good-looking woman sits down at the coffee shop, and I mean, I'm just gonna skip through the bullshit. You know, we're talking. Eventually, you know, we exchange numbers, and you know, and then we go to a dessert shop, and then she needs a ride home. So I drive her home, and this is like, you know, weeks afterwards, and you know, 2 weeks or something like that probably. And man, we dropping her off at her house, and we're just sitting there listening to music before I drop her off. You know, sexual attention abound, and it's just, oh yeah, man. She offers to give me a massage, and I'm like, all right. And so then I'm like, I give her a massage. I'm like,
You're awesome, brother. Hey, you have a beautiful night, brother. Yeah, no, you're awesome, man.
So then I'm just I'm like, all right, well, do you? I'm like, are your tits real? And she's like, oh no, they're fake. I'm like, she's like, you want to feel them? I'm like, well, if you insist. And so yeah, they felt 100% real, and that's when I learned. She's like, oh, because there's different types. There's the silicone types that are they feel more real, that like they feel natural, and then there's the cheap breast surgery, which makes them feel like fake. And so that it just didn't. It never clicked. Nothing ever clicked for me. And I was like, I almost. I'm like, but then all of a sudden I'm just like, oh, I'm like, dude, I just got a weird feeling. Something was wrong, and I suddenly I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go, and I left. I'm driving home to my parking lot next to Skid Row, next to people who are pissing and shitting and murdering people, and I'm just like, that that was a transgender, and like that definitely, like that, and it's now here's the thing. I go back and check my Facebook memories. I see I see it, and I look now, and boy, is it obvious now, because you know how they age, and you can tell as they get older. Man, it definitely was. That it fooled me back then. But well, actually, that's not true, because I knew, and I drove away. And I'm like, there was sexual tension. I'm like, I was even considering kissing, and I'm like, no. And I'm like, that's a thing. That's something else. And that's the thing. It's like they don't even tell. And I'm like, and I've had my friends tell me that they're like, oh, I'm with a girl. And then the girl's like, they're at a hotel, and they're like, oh, do you care if I bring another friend? And my buddy's like, yeah, of course, bring another friend. And she brings another girl, and she's even hotter than the girl that she originally brought. And lo and behold, it turns out to be a tranny, transgender. And he's like, you know what, screw it, that's the thing, like. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, my own friends are admitting this to me, and I'm like, it's just. Well, the thing is, that's the thing. Until you are actually feeling the fake tits of a transgender in your car before you drop them off and considering kissing them, and then denying them, and then realizing years later that they actually were, confirming your suspicions and your intuition, that means you're good. What's it called? I proved myself right. I proved I like scientifically proved my own intuition correct. And it's like I'm doing research on my own memories and self. And I'm like, oh, I'm like, I was like, you have to trust your intuition in yourself more than you give yourself credit for. It's like, damn, dude, I was so right about so many different things. Yeah, I know, Dave Sims. I'm well aware of the zeitgeist. Peter Joseph. director of those. Wasn't it the Joseph Brothers? He's one of the brothers. I don't know. But there's a Zeitgeist, the original, and then you have 1 and 2, or sorry, 2 and 3. There's a second and a third Zeitgeist. Actually, I think there might even be a fourth at this point. But yeah, that's totally no, just Peter. No, it's if the thing about that Aries 106 is that you and I both have masturbated to dozens of transgender people. So like, if you don't think you have, you're a stupid idiot. And it's like you try to transgender people are attractive. They're physically, they physically get surgery and put on makeup to make themselves be as physically attractive as possible, where they cut off their body parts and then inject those body parts in other parts of their body. Like that's how extreme they are. And so it's like they're physically designed to be a weird type of perfect being. But I don't know, some transgender people are attractive. Like, I'm not gonna. I don't go.
Dan, you know what I'd like to ask? Dan, I'd love to ask that person that sat with you that had dangly pieces between his legs and a beautiful set of tits. I would love to know
Beautiful.
Yeah, but what leads them to do this? Do they want to
tell the truth, or
see
they
how
don't?
they can do trickery?
But they don't.
But are they in it for the game? You know, like when we go hunting, you know, we've all been young, we've all gone for women, and hey man, see that woman over there? I'm gonna put my dick in her ass by tonight. You know, I mean, there's like a gaming thing on the transsexual side. Because
Well, I mean,
I used to help a lot of bouncers in hotels, and some of my mates slept with these things with danglies in between them, and it ruined all my bouncers. I mean, to have a 6'7" bouncer being ruined by a man with a dangly because they kissed them all night, it ruins people. So what I want to know is, these men become women. Do they do that to, in spite of themselves, they want to ruin a man? Because I've seen so many of my men friends that have been ruined by the trans because they have been so intimate with them, and we've all found out that, hey, dude, you've been fucking a bloke.
Actually, you know what?
I mean, do you know what that does to a man?
Yeah, no, yes. I'd like to comment on it.
Yeah, please.
Well, I mean, you're talking about unbelievable levels of mind control. First off, the homosexual agenda, and then to where it's not, where the mind control where you think that's not normal, where you're total homophobic, and then we're not even talking about trans yet. So, yeah, there's there's that. And then there's the butthole takeage. And so if you, what is it? So if a straight man gets his butthole virginity taken, you know, that's like the sacred, you know, thing of the man, you know, it's like, so like that's like, you know, that would be, you know, you go to jail, and, you know, that's a big thing there, you know, and that's a big dominant, you know, they make men their bitches. If you're at a federal prison or a high level, high security level jail, and so like that happens. And then like like you said, that's a destroying of the male. But what I'm talking about is even beyond that, is the mind control of how, oh, well, like maybe like even it's not. Maybe you know, like you got your butt. Maybe you went to jail because you're a stupid fucking idiot, and then you got raped because you're a stupid fucking idiot, or maybe because you allowed it. Why did you get raped? Why did you go to jail? I don't know. I don't control these things. I don't know how you went to jail, and I don't know how you got raped at jail. But people, that happens. Clearly, it does. There's an entire mind control and agenda around this. What? First off, that's the thing. Like, if as men, if all like, what do you mean? Like, you're all of a sudden gonna come up here and fuck me in the ass? Like, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. And if you try that, and if you keep trying that, I have to like beat the shit out of you. I mean, if you're in jail,
is it like, it's like a power trip, but on a complete mental level?
Well, when you're in jail and you're suddenly surrounded by 3 or 4 or fucking 2 6'7" dudes who are, what do you?
Well, no, I mean, okay, that's the physical level, but in terms of how do you break someone's psyche? How do you mind control them? How do you traumatize them to the point of they lose all sense of self?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where they'll disassociate. They'll that's what rape victims do. Is they'll completely shut off, and they'll they'll go into a void to completely avoid that. Obviously, that's a self-defense mechanism. Obviously, it's a built-in human instinct defense mechanism. And so, like, the thing is that I don't know, like, growing up, I mean, it's like, of course, those, I'm like, those thoughts, I'm like, man, like, some people are going, the thing is that I think that kids, they naturally will experiment both ways. But it gets to a point where it's like, what are you doing? Like, if you're gonna, are you serious? Like, you see what's going on and you feel like, now, like, you clearly, you have to mentally grow up. I think that there is a mental de-evolution when it comes to the homosexuals. I think there's something that isn't growing, because they act like children, and they're like devious people. They like steal. I'm not saying that. Like, I noticed that like they lie more and they steal more. I have gay friends, and like it's like they're all over the thing. Like, man, there is a lot of.
I think you're right about that. You touched on how you mature into your sexuality, because as children, you have an awareness that there is something like sexuality, but you really haven't figured it out yet. And somewhere along the way, you're supposed to figure it out. You're not just supposed to keep wondering about things.
Oh, there's a comedian lately who said, no matter how deeply you come inside of a man's ass, you'll never create a baby. It's like that's very important. A man cannot give birth, no matter how deeply he comes inside of another man.
It's strange how it goes through history, because there's a lot of cases where it was the military was full of homosexuality. Like the Romans, the Greeks,
and
even the academics, even the people that started the universities back in the day.
But you know what? That's bullshit too, because if you go to Genghis Khan and you stuck a dick in a man's ass, you'll have your head chopped off.
That's true.
I'm telling you, if you look at true warriors, man.
Yeah.
Men fight. Men don't fuck each other.
That's
what? That is bullshit, dude. Men.
So that was them trying to normalize it. They're trying to rewrite history
That
to make it
is
seem normal.
That's what I mean.
Dude, you're right, man. You're right. Read Genghis Khan's books, man. They didn't fuck each other. They had man and woman, created a family. They loved each other. And then they went, read Genghis Khan's books, man. He was a very smart, how would I say? He was a great a botanist. I don't know if you know much about him, but most of my techniques of what I do today, other than from Austria, taught me water techniques through books, but I use Genghis Khan philosophy and botanicals, and Victor Schulberg in extraction and how to use materials to pull things from. Those two people are fucking brilliant. Brilliant,
Wow.
brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
I've never heard Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan.
Yeah, he actually wrote stuff
Oh no,
and gave
the
us knowledge.
guy. No, he was genius, man. He could put up his whole entire nation at peace to create family and abundance. But then if he got ticked off, he would prepare, the food would change, that would be farmed out to the people, and it will be differently put out, meaning more proteins, certain cannabinoids from the hemp plant, and it made the men not aggressive, but antsy.
So,
More energy. More energy.
Genghis Khan,
And
the Great Khan.
Genghis Khan. The Great Khan, man, was a botanist, a great plant wizard. He was a great mind. He even stopped arrows by understanding fabric. You wore
Tartarian.
fabric behind. Yeah, man. You wore fabric behind this certain lace project. When someone shoots a short bow through you, this little bit of sheet behind this leather would twirl, so it would catch the arrow. It would spin the arrow and stop it from piercing your skin. If he knew that if I could stop my men from bleeding, they could fight to the end. All he had to do was not have your blood pour out long enough. You'd have some of these little boys on these little horses with 8 or 10 arrows out of them and still fighting. How did they do it? The guy was a genius, and he healed with hemp. That's how we used to heal the horses and the men, was with hemp, and prepared them. I mean, the guy was a smart man. But them bringing in all these other warriors wanting to fuck each other, no, man. If you met true warriors, they don't want to stick their dick in your ass. I'm telling you, man, I've met many fighters, many warriors. They do not want to fuck you. Oh, they would love to punch you up, but they don't want to fuck you. They don't, man. True warriors don't want to fuck other men. I'd like to fuck you with a sword and my fist in your face, not my dick up your ass.
Well, that's the difference between a warrior and a soldier. A soldier isn't like a warrior. A soldier just follows orders.
Yeah, you so on, Elliot. Fuck, you're a smart cat. Yeah, you hit it, dude. I wasn't gonna say it. I was waiting till you fucking, if you're listening. That's good, dude. You got it. You nailed it. You fucking nailed it. You nailed it, dude.
Well, thanks for sharing us the truth about Genghis Khan. We don't get that truth ever.
No, he's brilliant, dude. Look, most of my botanical research comes from himself and his smart people that, oh my God, fuck. Guy's a genius. Yeah, but anyway, it's lost words, man. You gotta learn not Cantonese, but you have to learn the old Chinese language, dude.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it is. It's sad, but it's out there, dude. I mean, there's great people in this place that don't fuck each other. I mean, we're so immoral. I mean, who brought all this sex into this shit? Man, I'm telling you, when you listen to the Vikings and all their stories, man, you know what? We've been torn fast. You know, the Vikings and Genghis Khans, man, they were into to travel. You know, the journey.
Here's the thing about Vikings and Genghis Khan, and I'm gonna correlate cowboys in with the Vikings. Now, when do you think the Vikings were around, and when do you think the cowboys? I'm talking real cowboys. Now, here's the thing: did real cowboys exist, or is it just a Hollywood fabrication? And like Clint Eastwood and John Wayne, did this shit really exist, or was this a Hollywood joke?
What was the 1800s like? I don't know.
They want us to think what it was like.
Yeah,
Cowboys
me
versus
either.
Indians.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Cowboys versus Indians. And the Indians are primitive creatures. And
Right.
they need to be westernized and taught things. And I don't believe it. Just like I don't believe that Tesla
Me too.
was a good person or was a real person. I don't think Tesla was real anymore. Matter of fact, pretty sure he was a Freemason. And his name, gematria-wise, spelled out to be 33. And
Yeah.
Elliot, we've talked about this.
Wow, Dan, keep going, man, because you're pressing my buttons now, dude. I'm telling you, I'd like you to check out Victor Schulberg. I'd like you to do a number crunch on him too. Because you know what? I need to know if I'm blowing wind up my ass. I don't want to be a dickhead to myself.
It's just a joke, dude. Everything that we've been taught is a lie. It's not true.
Supposedly, Victor Schauberg had his inventions taken by the German government so they could make their flying saucers. Right? He made some kind of impeller it was for water, but then they applied it to air and ether.
Yeah, and that's in my machine. That propeller is in my machine. It's in a 58,000-pound fucking machine.
Yeah.
Now, the War of 1812. What do you guys know about this?
Not a lot.
Alien Zone just said a very good comment.
I mean, I know it was Napoleon is a big question mark. So
hold on.
Yeah.
I want to tap into. Yeah, that's a good point about Napoleon being a question mark. Alien Zone just said a very awesome comment. He said, "You are all going so deep that you are forgetting to raise in vibration." He's I don't know what he said. It was a form of bonding. Oh wait. Oh, they would engage in teachings of sexual encounter. So, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. But Spartans, Greeks, and Romans often had young apprentices. Oftentimes, they would engage in teachings of sexual encounter. That does actually make sense about it was a form of bonding. Because I could imagine that if you were in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a war zone, I mean, sheesh, you don't have many women around. I mean, sheesh. I can actually see that now it's interesting how it's involved with war and the military. And how it's banned, but it was unbanned. Having and then transgender is now. You see how it's all involved with the military and homosexual and transgender. It's all involved.
Yeah, did you hear the news from the UN? The UN just passed a resolution to make LGBT laws go worldwide.
What?
Yeah, it was some new resolution. It's picking up steam even on the world stage now. I mean, they're really trying to make LGBT become become the new standard.
Elliot, who do you think's pushing this, man? I mean, this is really freaky. Who do you reckon's pushing this?
I mean, there's got to be like universities. I think it's these people who are the wealthy elites, the power elites, use universities to come up with new ideas to control people. So I think they went to the wealthy power elites went to the universities and asked them, what are some ways we can get the mainstream people under control? And they came up with this.
Why don't you check out the comments now, because it went from a good thing to a bad thing.
Yeah, I don't know the origins of the LGBT thing exactly, though. That'd be interesting to find out.
I'd love to know where it started, where it first flourished, because this is definitely something that's been well thought out in a think tank. The
Well,
think tank has thought this out.
It
People
is.
have sat
It
down and
is.
thought about it.
Yeah, because for the longest time, it was just the secret societies that would engage in sexual debauchery.
There's political and Hollywood high assets who are saying that they're being pushed out by gays, and this is top notch. And I've said in the past, before, one of the only things I don't talk about is the gay mafia.
Yeah.
And it seems to be a theme.
And is it because they don't form families the same way? It seems like the family unit, like however we think of families, is pretty critical. I mean, if you disrupt how families are formed, you're really going to ruin society.
You know what's interesting to me is that Zach Leary, Tim Leary's son, I mean, I used to be friends with him, and it's like he defriended me. It's like Tim Leary's son has defriended me. It's like that's just too funny to me. Like, nah, that flat earth stuff. Like, I have so many the flat earth, the top level SubGenius, and actually Sandy Boone, the director of the Church of the SubGenius documentary that is gaining steam and will be available on Netflix, I predict in 2020. And because it has to get bought, and we have to sell it to the conspiracy so they can feed you some SubGenius news. I mean, that's what happens. That's going on. It's been going on for a long time. That's what happens. Matter of fact, dude, all of Robert. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about the conspiracy world, THC and Elliot, and everyone in the flat Earth. I'd say 90% of what the flat Earth community talks about has 90% of what the flat Earth community has talked about has already been gone over by the Discordians and the SubGenius, and that 10% that hasn't is this more scientific stuff that we've done, the flat Earth community, and in talking about tides and sun and the moon and the actual physical structure. But as the SubGenius, the Church of the SubGenius gets older, we are becoming a more scientific community because, well, I'm a member, and so I'm going to make it be more scientific, and I will ridicule all of the SubGenius who are not more scientific, and they don't care. But the co-founders of the Church of the SubGenius are creating anti-museums, and instead of you know how here's the thing. Interesting. Museums are run by religious institutes.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I just it just clicked for me. I'm like, oh, so we as a SubGenius are going to create. There's creationist museums where they reenact everything that happened in the Bible. You know, they do that, and they have and then they have creationist. They have dinosaur museums, right? That's actually a majority of museums are kind of anti-Bible museums, and they're more dinosaur, Jurassic Park, right? And so what the SubGenius are doing now is we're going to create a destruction museum instead of a creationism. We're going to destructionism. Destructive and destructionism museum instead of a creationism, a destructivism museum, and it's going to actually happen. And this is no joke. It's going to have all of the archives, and there is archives and artifacts, rare artifacts, heapfuls, garagefuls of J.R. Bob Dobbs approved SubGenius, Jehovah One stamped, Yeti blood injected SubGenius. But I'm gonna go back. So we still have 10 people here that are interested. Like, still in the. I remember in the past, it didn't. I had like, I would have 8 people or 8 or like 8 viewers. I mean, I'd have 10. I'm like, yes, I got 15 views.
Here, let me read this. This is from 1869.
Please do.
It's a guy that spent a lot of his adult life with American Indians, and the book he wrote was called "Shut Your Mouth." And he realized like Indians keep their mouths closed a lot more than
Indians
civilized people.
knew that "shut your mouth" was one of the most important words. Yes.
So here's the paragraph. It goes, "The savage, without the change of a muscle in his face, listens to the rumbling of the earthquake or the thunder's crash with his hand over his mouth. And if by the extreme of other excitements he is forced to laugh or to cry, his mouth is invariably hidden in the same manner. Whereas civilized people, who from their educations are more excitable, regard most exciting, amusing, or alarming scenes with the mouth open, as in wonder, astonishment, pain, pleasure, listening, and in laughing, draw pleasure in currents of air through their teeth, by which they ensure perhaps pain for themselves in their sober moments, and for their teeth, diseases and decay, which no dentist can cure." So he called them savages, but I think that was just because that was the word back then. He really saw American Indians as way more noble and healthy and dignified. So that was George Catlin, Catlin.
Yeah, got it, man. I'm gonna get the. So what? When did the book? When was it published?
1869.
Holy shit!
Here, I'll post it
I
in
mean,
the chat.
holy shit,
That is old.
dude, Jesus! I have never heard that.
And so I posted it on my Facebook, and he drew by hand. He made his own drawings of both American Indians and civilized people, and all the drawings are contrasting how noble and dignified these Indians look with their mouths closed, and how stupid and buffoonish civilized people look with their mouths open.
So that's why they call them mouth breathers, huh? You're like, you mouth breathers. It's funny because like I catch myself with my mouth closed a lot. Like I'm always like, dude. I actually kind of, when I catch myself frowning, I like to change it to a smile. And because I go, I have a what's it called, resting bitch face, and resting bitch face syndrome. And
yeah, it's real.
And so it makes me seem like I'm miserable more often than I'm not, when in reality I feel like this. Yeah, that's. You know what's interesting is that Isaac Cappy is dead, and it was like barely a 20-foot drop.
20 feet. I've fallen from. I think I have fallen from. Twice in my life, over 20 feet.
I've fallen from much farther.
Yeah. I was in the tops of trees. I was in the treetops, and I fell
exactly
2 different times.
I've fallen off of a baseball back guard, which is over 30 feet, about 30 feet exactly, and from a pine tree, over 40 feet, and landed in snow, luckily. Otherwise, I would have died. And
yeah, I think I landed on sandy soil both times.
Off of the baseball back guard, I landed on my face and my ribs, and I was severely injured. That was one of the worst injuries I ever had in my life. My face.
On your face.
Oh, dude, it was covered with scabs and scars, and my ribs were shattered for months. I couldn't breathe. I was like, oh, like I couldn't breathe. when I woke up in the morning, I woke up on a mattress. You know, remember those mattresses that folded from the beds and the sofas back in the day?
Yeah.
I woke up with just inside of like it was concaved, like I was just inside of the sofa, and I'm like, what happened? I was like, oh, like it took me almost an entire hour to crawl up the stairs from the basement. Like I was like, oh. Like I was, and here's the thing. The police, me and my two buddies were running around neighborhoods, just doing suplexes on people's cars and spearing their mailboxes off of their lawns. And the cops eventually, we were recording it, unfortunately. And the cops, like, we seen everything you did. And but here's the thing. The cops told us that they were all gathered up laughing hysterically at all of us doing our stuff, and so they let us go. Like the whole entire station was like, dude, you guys are doing wrestling moves and spearing each other in the mailboxes. Like, we'll let you go, and so they all let us go.
That's good. That's a good cop story.
That's back in the day. I mean, this is back when we were jackasses.
Before Jackass was a thing.
No, I did that because of Jackass.
Oh, okay. Well, can't kill yourself.
I directly stole from Jackass, and I'm not
Right.
going to.
Do you ever get into CKY?
Of course.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about CKY and Jackass is that they stole everything off of Tom Green.
Dude, yeah, Tom Green was way ahead of everyone.
And Tom Green still is way ahead of everyone. And a matter of fact, Tom Green is the new. Who's this guy? Hey, doing an interview. Hey, I'm 90 years old. I'm the best interviewer in the world. Hold on. Hey, my shoulders. Oh, see my shoulders? Hey, who is this old interviewer guy?
Oh yeah,
hey.
King.
What is his name?
Larry King.
Larry King, right?
Yeah, Larry King.
He's 100 years old.
Yeah.
He's gone soon. But now, here's the thing: is that
suspenders.
Yeah. The thing is that they're actually Tom Green is replacing him.
What? Awesome.
Yeah. So Tom Green filled in the place of Larry King. And now here's the thing. Tom Green's ex-producer used to contact me on the weekly and have me formulate the questions for his guests. And
oh, cool. Did you know the guests?
Well, no, until he told me them.
Okay. But did you recognize all the guests, or did you already know?
Yeah, because they're like comedians and whatnot. And
okay.
Producers.
Awesome.
And it was so strange, and I have to have the transcriptions. And as another video that I wanted to do, I want to look at. I'm like, because it got to the point because years went by, and Tom Green's he went off the air and he was gone, and then suddenly he had a Webovision online.
Yeah.
It was like an interactive talk show with he had people calling in. I was a reoccurring guest on his show, and I have myself actually. I looked up because if you look up on Tom Green's channel, you see his Webovisions is on there, and I am on a couple of the episodes.
Cool.
And I still haven't uploaded those because I wanted to do it as a whole episode where it showed me and Tom Green, and I'm talking with Tom Green and Andy Dick, Chelsea Handley.
She has a talk show too.
Yeah, and I'm Also, the wife of Jordan Peele, who is one of the hottest directors in the world right now. So I was talking with all these people back in 2011 and 12, and his producer was direct, and so, and I asked him. I got to a point. I go, why? I go, why do you? I go, I don't understand. Why do you ask me so many questions? I go, I'm like, years went by. I'm talking 2 to 3 years, because they were using. It's the same thing that IPS did, and because they are not.
Nice observation there, Dan.
They don't know the personalities of the flat Earth community, so they need to use me,
right.
because I do know all the
Yes.
personalities. So they need to like catch me up, please. And I'm like, oh, so like Tom Green's producer, and I'm like, I don't. I asked him directly. I go, I don't understand why you are asking me to think of the questions to ask them. I go, isn't that your job? You're asking, and this is in 2012. I'm like, and so I have to go back and see these conversations. I hope I have it saved, because it's unbelievable. And there's only, unfortunately, he didn't upload the one episode with me making Jordan Peele's of the Get Out fame, the movie Get Out. I made his wife crack up on Webovision, and because I was talking, and Eric Griffin, the comedian who is involved with Jim Carrey produced series I'm Dying Up Here.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, dude, I've been involved with all these people for a decade, and they're all now directly involved with all of the people that I have grown up with: Jim Carrey, Joe Rogan, Pauly Shore, Mitzi Shore, Jeff Ross. I'm talking, and this is these all, and now it's like.
Did you watch Colin Quinn's show back in the day?
Oh, I loved it.
That was a good one.
What was it called, man?
I forget, but it was the best format. He just had everyone talking shit.
Well, everybody stole off that format. It was the Undisputed. What was it? Late Night now with Colin Quinn.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, I'm Colin Quinn. I don't know. The thing about wow, Bill Burr is a Colin Quinn clone.
Right.
That's so fun. Man, dude. There's so many clones. Hey, I'm Bobby Lee, and I'm Tiger.
That guy's annoying too, man. He is so annoying.
Hey, can I just tell you something? Can I just say something?
Yes, Bobby. Yes.
Listen, I'm just gonna say something.
Yes,
that's what he does. Dude.
Yeah.
People, that just want complete control. Oh man.
Sounds like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's the same thing, mate. He's a very sneaky person in his interviews. You understand when you listen to him how he orchestrates the interview? He's a very sneaky man, grabbing your consent. I mean, he's a sneaky bastard, that Joe Rogan.
He tries to force you into his side.
The thing about Joe Rogan is that he does it oppositely, where people think that wow, dude, what you just said is the exact opposite of what it is. THC. Joe Rogan is so like could you say what you said again?
Yeah, absolutely. Joe Rogan, the way when he interviews you, he's leading you down a road where you would not normally go. And then what he wants you to be at his beg and mercy to pull you out of it. I look, mate, Joe Rogan's a weaver. He's a weaver of words, mate. He could spend 2.5. He could spend 2.5 hours on you, Dan, and in the last half an hour, he wants to own you. That's all he wants. In the interview, he wants to own you. I don't know why he does this. He does it early with some, late with others.
Let me build off that. So one
Yeah.
of Joe Rogan's minions is Bert Kreischer, the machine,
Okay.
and he was directly involved with the Russian mafia. And now the thing about this is that now here's the thing: a comedian. Now remember, Elliot, what I said. This is directly involved with the mafia. Now, comedians, they just go and do things. They go and be homeless in Skid Row and perform social experiments there and they go into Taiwan or Russia and and they live there and they almost die and then they come back to America and they say, "Yo, shit happened. Almost died." They don't even live on the same time zones as us. They're in different time zones. I almost died. They're in different time zones. What I mean by that is that they don't adhere to American time. Is that they're on their own time zone. Is that they're not on northern, middle, Californian. They're not on our time.
Right.
They're not on the Gregorian calendar.
Right.
Meaning
they're traveling. They're nomads.
Yes. These people have no idea. There's our conflicting calendars. Now, if you look at the Judas calendar, the Mormon calendar, the Catholic calendar, if you look at the calendars, they're all thousands of years apart. So all of the years that you think that you're stuck, it's all different. It's all I can't even go into that stuff because nobody even fucking knows. It's still 10 people watching. Is this true? I have to refresh. Do I have? That's my fan base.
I was lucky enough to get Antonio Subaretz's book.
You got it.
Yeah.
It's amazing, dude. I can't wait for you to dude, you and I should talk about it right now.
Well, okay. He does talk a lot about the sun and how the sun operates, but he goes off for chapters and chapters on deep history and how before historical resets happened, people were traumatized. Like there were these different eras where people have been traumatized and have just been trying to recover from things that happened. He does suggest that the sun that we know wasn't always around like we know it. It had to come into form on its own, and there were previous versions of deep time history way back in the past where there was other suns, there were other kinds of suns, or maybe more than one too. But yeah, he goes off on long explanations of how physics works, long explanations on how archaeology and anthropology happened. And then he also just makes very simple statements about logic and how you can just logically think through stuff.
Now, who are we talking about now here?
This is from the Book of the Sun by Antonio Subaretz.
Man, I can't wait to get this book and read it.
Yeah, he's an interesting. His intelligence is an interesting combination.
I mean, he's in Europe, dude. And you gotta have a freaking interesting combination of intelligence if you're over there.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
One of the things I'll mention is he says if you're in a room and you have like Venetian blinds, you can see shadows on the floor start to diverge as you get further and further away from the window. But if you're looking at a wall, it will be the beams of light will start to diverge. So he's made some interesting observation about how light diverges, how the beams of light diverge and the shadows diverge. Mm-hmm. And this relates to the Eratosthenes experiment, where they tried to use that same old argument from Eratosthenes.
With the shadows?
Yeah. So he's kind of rewriting that. He's saying because that experiment makes the assumption that
it makes the assumption, yes.
Yeah, that light is parallel and it does something that way. But he says, no, it's not parallel and making shadows that way.
As a matter of fact, this right here. You see it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a first edition hard copy. And see what it says in the very beginning here. Interesting. It says a reflection of the sun could then be seen in the water at the bottom of a deep well. The sun was directly overhead. It was an observation that someone else might easily have ignored. Sticks, shadows, reflections, and wells. The position of the sun. Of what possible importance could such simple, everyday matters be? But Aristophanes was a scientist, and his musings on these commonplaces changed the world in a way. They made the world. Aristophanes had the presence of mind to do an experiment, actually to observe whether in Alexandria vertical sticks cast shadows near noon on June 21st, and he discovered sticks do. Aristophanes asked himself how, at the same moment, a stick in Syene could cast no shadow, and a stick in Alexandria, far to the north, could cast a pronounced shadow. Consider a map of ancient Egypt with two vertical sticks of equal length. Consider a map of ancient Egypt with two vertical sticks of equal length. One stick in Alexandria, the other of Syene. Suppose that, at a certain moment, each stick casts no shadow at all. This is perfectly easy to understand, provided the earth is flat. The sun would then be directly overhead. If the two sticks, see, now here's the thing. He just said that it would be easy to understand if the earth is flat. Well, it is easy to understand, and you just said it. Now, the sun's rays would then be inclined at the same angle to the two sticks. But how could it be that at the same instant there was no shadow at Syene and a substantial shadow at Alexandria? So then it says, see page 16. So it's just so interesting how this is the beginning of Carlos Sagan's Cosmos, and he's 100% talking about the flat Earth being real.
He does, man. It's very cleverly worded.
Yes, this would make perfectly sense. This would make perfect sense if the world was flat.
That's good. I'm going to find that because there was a website I found recently that claimed you couldn't measure latitudes on a flat Earth.
Where'd you read that? Elliot, what book was that?
Well, it was just a website. I'll find the link. 1 second.
Oh, man.
Now, here's the thing about these people that I love. I used to love Richard Feynman, Nassim Hell, even Bill Nye. Hell, even deGrasse Tyson, for fuck's sake. To a certain extent. Now here's the thing. Tim Leary. Carlos Castaneda. Robert Anton Wilson. Terrence McKenna. Tim Leary. Now here's the thing. I love Leary, and I'm going to keep looking into him. But here's the thing. Once I hear a person tell me that the Earth is not flat and because that the Earth is a spinning ball, I don't. It's the same reason when I see a fucking 450-pound person. I don't trust you. You don't. you don't. There's something wrong because you don't even care about yourself. So when you're telling, no, the Earth is not flat. It is in fact a spinning ball. I'm Tim Leary. I'm Terrence McKenna. I'm Alan Watts. I'm Alan Watts here. I want to fuck your girl, your wife, and your daughter. And I want to drink some alcohol, smoke some pot, take some LSD. And, when you get the message, hang up the phone. But when you have a chance to fuck, you do it. And the Earth, these flat earthers, I'm just trying to fuck, take LSD, have sex, and I don't care what these flat earthers say. And I'm Terrence McKenna, and I'm Robert Anton Wilson, and Tim Leary, and I just want to take drugs and fuck. I don't care about.
True. They were such counterculture icons.
Get the fuck out of here! I see through your bullshit. All of you. I'll kill my heroes. Yeah,
and Alan Watts, I've heard an interview with his daughter where she really laid into him.
Who?
Alan Watts.
Yeah, his daughter Sue, or which one?
Maybe his oldest one. I don't remember.
Mary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a bad father.
Oh yeah, he wasn't around.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was doing his own thing.
Yeah.
At Escalon. Yeah.
So I guess we're not supposed to talk about that.
Well, that's the thing. Like, he went so into himself that even Terrence McKenna was like, "Is he serious?" Like Terrence McKenna questioned. That's what I mean. Like Terrence McKenna is like, he's questioning the same shit that we're talking about right now in the '60s and the '70s. He was like, "Who the fuck is this like trickster shaman clown? And is all this shit he's saying really true?" And like,
yeah, it's such a entry level thing. I'll tell you this: I ordered Nassim Harameyn's 6 DVD series back in 2006.
Wow.
Because it was called Crossing the Event Horizon.
Yep.
And it was, I got the library to buy it. You can get the library to order stuff. But man, back then, that was the level you're at. I guess you have to go through it. Did I tell you I saw him speak, and he talked about getting exclusive access to the pyramid in Giza, being able to sleep inside overnight. And he said he was only allowed because he is Egyptian. He has Egyptian family, mother or father or something. And so if you're the right person, if you're an academic in Egypt or someone, the government will give you permission to do your own studies of it. So he went inside with a group of people, his arc resonance thing that he started. And so he's traveled to different places in the world, and that was one of the yearly retreats.
THC, you still there?
Abso-fucking-lutely, and I was one of those cocksuckers that nearly went to that. No, and you know what? I got nothing to hide, mate. I've been learning all my life. I've been searching for things, mate. I got beautiful parents, and sometimes you don't listen to your parents, which I should have. And my father told me, "Go, son, you're gonna you're going to have an experience that you'll never forget. Well, my fucking father was absolutely on. I've had an experience that I will never forget. But see, my father didn't stop me. You know, he sat down with me. I told him what I was going to do coming here to this country of America, going to a cult called Ramtha, and Dad just nodded his head. Good, son. Great. Good. Great. Well, we'll see you on the other side.
Oh, wow.
So here
And
we
you're-
are, man. I'm nearly on the other side. I'm going back to see my father for the first time actually later this year. I haven't seen my father for since April 14th, 2004.
15
Yeah.
years. Oh, my God.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I love my dad. He's like he's taught me so much, man, but he's never stopped me. He never made me go to school. All he ever asked me to be was to be moral. If I ever was not moral, my old man, he was nasty. If you were unmoral to another human or steal, holy shit, man, that was not my dad.
That's good.
Holy shit. But other than that, man, my dad was so beautiful. He used to automatic ride. He used to stand in front of thousands of people and give readings. Like, you put your fucking jewelry in an envelope on the stage and fucking read your shit. And you know what? He didn't pay him any fucking money. And you know what? I used to stand there as a kid, man, watching my old man, fucking watching. How did you know that was my grandmother's favorite song? She's fucking Polish. And my father says, well, ain't me, is it? It's your grandma talking to you. You know, so, yeah, my whole man used to always say frequencies held in gold or silver or a metal, as long as nobody holds it, it holds a sort of a tracking system. I don't quite understand it. That's why I'm back to see my dad before he dies, because I have a lot of questions. And but I used to watch my father nightly do automatic writing for people, like write their future out. My father was classed as a devil in 1975. My house was black banned, except for the kids. My kids loved coming around to my house because we had spirit in the house, you know, hiding shit, flashing the toilet, doing crazy shit. But my dad, man, I swear to God, man, it's like they say, you know, you come from a linkage that special, man, and that's why I have a kindred spirit with Dan F and a few others, because you know they're coming from parents that are a little bit different from left from center. They didn't think like everybody else.
My parents were fine.
And your father was like that, I think, Dan.
He was fine.
What was that, Dan? Your parents that? Your father?
He's fine.
Yeah, that's sad, hey. Yeah, well, man, all I can say to you, dude, I come from two great parents, so you've done a good number, man. I don't know how you got through it.
I cooked a nice meal with my father today. And,
yeah?
Yeah.
Wow, dude. Yeah, wow.
I'm paranoid, man. When my dad's sleeping, I think it could be his last breath. I'll be taking a piss. I'm like, my dad's sleeping. I'm like, this motherfucker probably not gonna wake up. That's all I know.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it, dude?
Did I do a good job? Like, here's the thing. I told him nearly 10 years ago, you know, Dad, I understand what you're trying to do with me and you. I go, because you and your dad didn't have a good relationship, did you? And your dad ignored you. He made you feel like a piece of shit, and that's what you're trying to do. It's not going to work on me, because I know what you're trying to do. So you can recreate this little dynamic that you had with your father to make you feel closer to him, but it's not going to work. And I told you that 10 years ago. And so, yeah. So, like, I told that shit to my I told that shit to my dad when I was 25 years old. And I said, you're never going to make me feel like I've accomplished more in my life at 25 years old than you have in your entire life. and there's nothing you can do about that. And I know that you want to be me so bad, and that you should have been. It didn't turn out that way, and so you got to do something. Take that cigarette out of your mouth, there, dum dum.
Wow, Dan, you're a beautiful son, man. I see beauty in that. That's great. To be undressed or confronted by your offspring or your son, I think it's a beautiful thing, dude. You know, you can be humble and take it as someone more intelligent than you, or you can be an idiot and not listen to it. Wow. Wow, I've actually have one of my best mates, David Highgard. I had his 12-year-old son address him just like that. I'll never forget that day, man. He said, "Dad, you're a drunk. I hear you lie all the time.
Damn.
I hear that bloke that you spoke to, and you told him that you paid him that, and the reason you paid him that, Dad, you lied. I heard you talking to the other bloke."
Wow.
And when I heard Oak, yeah, this boy's called Oak. The mother called him Oak, you know, an oak tree, an oak. And I understand why the mother called this little boy that, because when I heard Oak talk to his father, I swear to God, you could have dropped, within 30 seconds, you could have dropped a pin in that party. I mean, where it's just absolutely silence, dude. I'm dead set, dude. It's freaky. It's freaky. It's like truth has a different vibration. I don't care how old you are or how young you are. Truth has a vibrato, and it stops you in your fucking seat, man. And I mean, every parent heard a 12-year-old boy just undress his father. I mean, I'll never forget it. That's probably one of the things that are really tattooed on my brain, hearing that young boy. And it's probably a great waking to me, because I stopped a lot of my drinking from that day on. I mean, I was a heavy drinker. I love drinking red wine. I excessively drank a lot of red wine. But after hearing that, I didn't drink red wine, man. I stopped. Dude. That freaked me right out, because it's not only in the fear that I didn't want my son to talk to me like that. It rocked me to my bones, man, having a father being talked to by their son. It's fucking wicked, dude. And you know what? The father didn't change, but the son changed me and a few others. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's great to not feel like it's pointless to say it, right? Even if it didn't change his father, it wasn't pointless.
No, it wasn't pointless, man. He's a still beautiful boy in my life, my children's life, and the family and David and all them. But yeah, man, that rocked me to my bones. I'll never forget that. You know, Oak will be in my life for the rest of my life, you know, but that changed my life, dude. Changed my life so much, I fucking left that place. I cleaned everything up, cleaned my life up. Yeah, dude, it's pretty wild. But a 12-year-old boy, 12-year-old boy.
Keep that on your mind.
Yeah.
Keep that on your mind. Now, Elliot, forget everything that you just heard. THC, forget everything that I just told you, to keep that on your mind.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just going to distract you, and I just want to talk about nothing. I want to talk
me too.
about... No. I want to talk about, like, do you always have to be Mr. Wise Guy? And, you know, I don't always want to be learning something or being taught something. You know? Like, can you, like, not teach?
Oh,
like,
man, that's bad.
Isn't that interesting?
Wow, that's weird. That's weird, dude.
Can you, like, not... I don't need to be taught stuff. Like, I just want to talk about low-level stuff always.
Like attracts like, brother. Like attracts like.
Now here's the thing. I'm like, I try to be nice.
I
I
mean,
go, no, I try to be nice. I go, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean by that? And they're like I don't want to like. Do you always have to like teach stuff? I'm like, no, that just happens. What do you mean? Like, what do you like? What do you mean? Like, I just say things, and if you get taught things, then congratulations. Maybe you should thank me. It gets so confusing because like I get like people want to physically fight me, get into a physical fight, like multiple people want to physically fight me, and then later, months go by, and they're like, "Dude, I consider you my peer, and I appreciate what you taught me, and I think we should meet and see each other, even though I physically threaten your life." And I'm like, you do realize that you threatened my life when I was in the middle of New Mexico and I was completely by myself. Now, here's the thing. I originally wanted a military man to go with me, one of my best friends. And I was going to go to New Mexico at the Airship Academy and be with one of my best friends, a military man, a Marine. And so, like, I would have a person back. And then I went there, and I was fine. I didn't realize, for 2 weeks went by, and everything was cool. Then all of a sudden, I got my life threatened, where Black Panther type of shit happened. And suddenly, I'm going to end up in a ditch. And it's not going to be. You're in the desert. The ditch would be unfortunate if you woke up there, because no one's going to know. I'm like, huh? And I'm like, oh, it would be really good if I had my best friend, my 6'3" military friend with me right now. But he declined me, and I'm all alone in the middle of nowhere doing Hunter S. Thompson's stupid shit and get on the verge of death, like he did, and with Hell's Angel type of people, cultish type of things, and. So I got out of that, luckily, and I'm still in contact with these people. It's like
that's creepy.
It's
that's
like
creepy, man.
Yeah, and I'm
Fuck.
like I can tell you a lot more details, and that's nothing compared to like the very intricate details that they said to me. Like the people told me that they would throw
Do you think there's brainwashing going on there, Dan?
everywhere.
Do you think brainwashing's going on there? Do you think
everywhere?
Yeah. But what's their end goal? Can you? Because I've been in a cult with that Rantha for about 10 years, and I've just been dissecting my entire life there. What I learned.
I'm going to assume this because what I know based on what you told me about the cult that you were in compared to the different cults that I was in and the recent one is that my cult is economically and it wants all other people on the plane and all other cultures to build their own cults and to have their own nice structures and cults. And what I mean by cult is a toilet and a roof over their head, and naturally without government assistance. So if that's a cult where people are without a government and they can poop and pee freely and they're living, growing vegetables, that's a good cult. You have to pick your cult wisely. Choose your shaman wisely. Choose your cult wisely. These pathetic, stupid, noob occultists, they don't choose their shaman wisely. They don't choose their cult wisely. They're fucking dumb noobs, mark ass, bitch ass suckers. And I've been trying to speed them up, and I have done a good job. It's not going to end. We're only going to get better.
No, it's not going to end, mate. It's not going to end. There's always going to be other people to be stupid, Dan. Always going to be stupid people.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
those are the people that go to the Coliseum, right, and see the bread and circuses.
Dude, they told me, how much longer do you plan on being here? They literally asked me, we need you to go. Like,
That is so amazing,
like,
man. I would never would have guessed that.
yeah, dude, me either. And I'm glad I never said a single word about who it is. But you guys know. I mean, at least I'll tell you privately. But like, that's the thing. Like, I can't even talk about a lot of the things that I've been involved with. Like Woody Harrelson was. He said to the interviewer, "We're gonna get in trouble if we talk." Right? Did we not hear that earlier?
Yeah.
Wow, that was an amazing interview, man. I'm going to rewatch that tonight when I get to the lab. But that blew me out. I've never even heard anything of that Woody, man. I knew it was a weird fuck when he brought out that film. It was a crazy fucking film. I forget what it was.
Yeah, I forgot what it was too. But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Killing. Anyway, he was a fucking nutcase.
Natural Born Killers.
Yeah, dude. What a mind bender that was.
Well,
that was a Tarantino script, right?
Well, that's interesting because
Tarantino wrote it.
Natural Born Killer,
yeah,
right?
You're right. Yeah.
And so that's the movie that made him famous, based on his Hollywood thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
so that's a fucking setup too, Dan. Fuck. You know, it's all falling into place. All these actors, man.
And they all get together. Leonardo DiCaprio, Brad Pitt, considered the best of their class and their generation, now coming out with a new movie.
Hey, do you guys
Wow.
know the actor who has supposedly died? I mean, probably. Anton Yelchin.
No, but I think my mom.
Either no.
No, he was. I mean, in my opinion, he is like one of the best actors of his generation because he's probably 10 years younger than us, 5 or 10 years younger than us. But he died in a very unusual way, and it could have been some fuckery going on. But it's a shame because I would have loved to see his career last for 50 years. Because in my opinion, he was really better than anyone.
Can you tell me what he had done, Elliot?
Yeah. One of his famous roles was when they remade the Star Trek movies.
Okay.
He's the guy that was put into the role of Scotty.
Oh, holy shit! He was good. You talking about the major film or the show?
Yeah. Well, no, they made the movies again. They remade the new series.
Yeah.
So he had the guy that has the Russian accent.
Yeah, right there, the Russian guy. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. He was funny. He's like a dry sense of humor.
but he had a lot of movies. He was producing a lot of movies per year, and I'm surprised. Man, I guess it's just sad to see how someone decided that they didn't want him around.
Who's this?
Wow.
Anton.
Wow, you serious, man?
Yelchin.
Anton, yeah. He's the one that speaks with that funny Russian accent. Yes, Captain Kick.
Yeah.
I will do that. Yeah, no, fuck it. Oh, no, the dude was a killer. He had curly short, just a cute curly hair guy. Yeah, dude. Holy fuck me dead.
Very interesting because Anton LaVey, the creator of the Church of the Satanists, was there's many reasons why Robert Anton Wilson changed his name to middle name to Anton. That's one of them. And because it made that perfect acronym, RAW. And that's just it. Don't you like Anton? And that's directly involved to Joe Rogan with the comedian Rogan, who was completely scared of me when I seen him face to face for a half hour straight. And then I saw his handler, Jeff Ross, who was also, I'll give it to you. It's interesting how they try to, the comedians and the levels where you have to meet these people. They're like, you have like Tony Hinchcliffe you have to get through, and then you have to meet Jeff Ross, and then and then you're like right at the door, and you're like, well, and it's just so funny. It's so funny, the levels of shit, and it's like a big. It's like a Final Fantasy game. You got to say the right script, and to get into the doors to get the orb, so you can get your shield and gauntlet. So then you can be Thanos and or Iron Man and put on the Infinity Gauntlet. And there's only a few people. It's not. The thing is that if you're a comic book fan, you can know the future and know who puts on the gauntlet. Who are the only capable people of putting on the gauntlet? Well, the only capable people are Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain America, and lo and behold, Captain America wields Thor's hammer, and he takes down Spider-Man is carrying the gauntlet throughout the movie and giving it to Iron Man, and Iron Man wears it. Spoiler alert! And takes down Thanos. And now, in the future, it's going to come back. And now, the thing about it is that you got Hollywood and Disney is now merged. Oh, no. The thing is that it was only Hollywood before. And there was Disney aside. But now, it was Disney and Hollywood and they were like co-joined. But now it's Hollywood and Disney, and they're combined. The thing is that you thought they were combined the whole time. Your entire life until now, you thought Hollywood and Disney were the same thing. No, no, no. No, no. Walt Disney, Mickey Mouse Land, Fantasia World has nothing to do with Hollywood. Matter of fact, it's on a completely different Bugs Bunny script. And it's to the point where they actually count the milliseconds. And I mean that literally. To the point where they sign contracts as to who has more airtime, Mickey Mouse or Bugs Bunny. And it goes down to the millisecond. And this is Hollywood producers saying, no, Bugs deserves more milliseconds than Mickey Mouse. And these are the two most important cartoon characters that ever existed, which are Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse is Disney World. Bugs Bunny is Looney Tunes. Walt Disney. They're different entities. I know you didn't know that until right now. But now you do. And I guess, I'm going to predict that a lot of flat earthers are now going to be talking about this in the future. Oh, I didn't know this. And there's going to be so many new flat earthers talking about this exact same topic. Man, I'm blowing my own mind right now.
Dan, I just love what you just did, man. I just love what you did. God, they're going to be listening to this and sharing this.
Dude, this is no.
I'm dead. Man, you're an asshole. I love you.
They break records.
I love it.
Billions of dollars. Now Marvel is basically taking over NASA's job. NASA is basically extinct. And they're giving their reins over. They're passing the torch, so to speak, to Marvel and to Disney and to what I've been talking about about. Now I don't even remember what I was talking about. What was I talking about? It was Warner Brothers. It was Hollywood. It was Looney Tunes, and it was Walt Disney, and how they're all different entities. How they've all been wanting and fighting for stage time for 100 years, literally, and now they're all merging. And so it's kind of important because X-Men, transgender X-Men, are now merging with Disney and Hollywood. So it's now going to get 10 times worse than what we already
Whoa, whoa, whoa. So the transgender agenda is part of this?
Mm-hmm. Dude, X-Men.
Well, Dan, you've really opened my eyes up,
X-Men.
man. You just opened up my eyes. That was probably the last film I watched was the X-Men a long time ago. But fuck, you just blew me out, man. So they've planned this for a long
X-Men.
time.
Mutants are now. You think you're important because you're a mutant. You're a woman
Yeah.
that thinks it's a man, or a unicorn that thinks it's a boy. I don't know. Whatever these stories they tell. And you tell your story. If you tell your story good enough, you go on America's Got Talent, and you can tell your story to millions of more people.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, thanks for opening up my eyes. That one, yeah, I didn't see all of that one.
That's what my mom and dad watch, and I watch it with them. And I'm like, wow.
Wow, X-Men. Fuck me dead. Fuck. I will never forget the house that they were in. You remember the house with all the kids in there? Do you remember that the film where they had that old mansion and all the kids with weird anomalies of their body or what they could do?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a pretty weird script, man. I mean, different rooms had different. I don't know, dude. It's just making a lot of sense. I understand now. X-Men. Wow, they were planning back then. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, we're pretty fucked. Shit.
Elliot?
Man, the kids are doomed. It is a doom scenario.
Now, I watched a bearded man earlier who was in total makeup, total lipstick, eyeliner, full beard, skin tight pants, was in high heels, and in front of millions of children, and influencing them that it's okay to wear high heels and to wear makeup. And it's like, here's the thing. Let's go ahead.
It happened within our lifetimes too.
Yeah, because it didn't exist 20 years ago. Actually, it didn't. Because I'm 33 years old, and so.
Just
Oh, you're breaking up.
next to the wheel. Dan, what you just said, I live next to the weirdest people on this planet. It's called Portland. When I take my family over there sometimes, no, serious, dude. I mean, it's a fucking zoo. Anyway, about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, there was like a bike thing where everyone was starkers. I mean, riding through the fucking main town, I got about 30 fucking men holding their wallies out, riding bikes naked.
Yeah.
Anyway, today, Dan, I was insane. I got out, I got a coffee, and you wouldn't believe what ran by me. A fucking 6'5" lanky fuck with see-through fucking shorts. I looked and I thought, holy fuck! And I mean, he stopped everyone on that walkway. I mean, everyone from old to young to, but I mean, I'm thinking of it. What the fuck is going on, dude? I mean, he's wearing see-through running shorts to show his dick off.
No,
I mean, dude, that's weird.
I told my mom about dudes getting pregnant, and she's like, "What?" She's like, nah. And because we were getting breakfast, I took her out to get breakfast, and so this is me and my mom talking over breakfast, and I go, yeah, did you see these guys giving birth? And she's like, what? I'm like, yeah, guys give birth nowadays. She goes, nah, and I'm like, did you see that one story though, of the guy giving birth? She's like, yeah, but that was like 10 years ago, and that was just that was a female, and I'm like, yeah, but there's more. And she's like, no. And so I showed her the story of that little hipster thing recently, and she's like, yeah, but it was a man, and it doesn't have a vagina, and so it can't give birth. And I'm like, wait, what? Wait. So these things. So a man is claiming to give birth. No. So that that means it had to be a female, because men don't give birth, and so my mom goes, yeah. So yeah, my mom goes. She was born with a vagina then, and I'm like, yeah, and she's like, well, yeah, it's not a man then. And I'm like, yeah, I know, Mom. And, it was so funny because she goes, that's just ridiculous. It's funny because, like, I don't think, like, too many people, like, I don't know, like.
Yeah, I drop the transgender stuff on people occasionally.
Yeah, but, like, I'm talking about, like, I think that, like, I've been wanting to record me and my mom and dad's conversations for over 5 years, and I still have it. I still haven't done it, and but like that's just a perfect opportunity. Like me and my mom eating and talking about like she's like, no, that's oh, well, it was a woman, like because a woman give birth. I just think it's just so funny. Like you can't do like it's
That's
just
so fucking.
it's amazing. Like you can't like men don't like. I said it. No matter how deeply you come inside of a man's ass, you won't give birth to anything.
I see. I seen that one, Dan. Someone sent me the link to that 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 mess. Yeah, that's pretty interesting, dude. I'm telling you, we live in interesting times, mate.
I know you want to be a man, and you want to be a woman. You're not a man, or you're not a woman. Here's the thing. I can think I'm a piece of broccoli. It doesn't make me a piece of fucking broccoli. Like I want to be a piece of broccoli. I'm not a piece of broccoli. Sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to change the geno from chopping your dick off.
Yeah.
I can't quite work that out. You know, I try and sit down with these transvestites and stuff because I had a motherfucker reading at the library. But you know, when I converse these motherfuckers, I'm telling you, I don't care what you put on yourself or chop off yourself. You're still a fucking bloke, mate.
Here. Let's mute ourselves and watch this, and to make ourselves unstagnant, and
Yes.
dude, trust me, we're about to watch some dumb stuff, and we're about to, just watch. It's just gonna make me sick. Well, we gotta get through it. We gotta get through it and watch this type of stuff to make us better. Look at this thing. One of the most popular people in the whole world right now, Cardi B. Hold on. I'm gonna fix the audio, so don't worry about that. One of the most Like, if you want fame, this is what you have to be.
You heard it here first. Thoughts in the future. Well,
I'll fix this in a sec. Just don't worry about it. I have a million fucking tabs up, so be fucking patient. I'm gonna fucking refresh it actually. So I know I don't need to refresh it actually, but I'm gonna fucking refresh it and I just fucking did. I just pressed refresh,
Yep.
and now it's
Yep.
fucking
Do
refreshing.
what you want. You got the steering wheel, Dan. Who gives a fuck? You're driving the car,
It's gonna
man.
take fucking 20 seconds, but guess what? It's gonna be a lot more fucking crisp. It's like, fuck, dude, just fucking wait. So yeah, Woody Harrelson's dad. Sheesh, that was pretty intense.
Dude, that blew me out. I'm going to watch it again, you know. I'm going to watch that again. That blew me out. That blew me
Dude,
out. Holy
it's totally involved with the JFK assassination, man. It's like, that's nuts.
Greetings, brothers and sisters. When I viewers of this, I'm not going to watch all of it because I just can't.
Exactly. I can't either. See, here he said, he goes, one of my viewers sent me this and I can't I can't watch it all. See, fuck. I'm sorry. Sorry guys. Fuck. Gotta fucking get rid of this. Fuck. Got so many links up that I hope I'm not getting rid of something good. I hope it's not. Oh. Oh, shit. No. No.
Enemies from Cardi B. Remember I posted this before. There's all this evidence that Cardi B smells when he's running like other videos, so you understand.
No, this bitch smells. That's a man, first off.
Cardi B steak. Greetings, brothers and sisters. Well, Cardi B smells. You heard it here first at Thoughts in the Future. Well, you have it because there's lots of videos and things about this. So there's multiple articles and comments. Cardi B addresses Blueface alleged comments of booty smell.
Oh.
And this is just one of the lots of videos.
So this is one of the most famous people on the planet.
She heard me go out.
Her butt stinky.
And the guy, I guess they were gonna have to change sex for money, but
Oh, she smelled like dirty fish.
Uber driver exposed Cardi B for having a fishy, smelly box.
Oh, dirty, stinky fish smell.
So, anyways, we'll get into her stank and why she stinks, or at least new fan theory. But first, a little bonus: here she is grinding on a skeleton. Exactly what she does. Skeleton.
Right on a skeleton.
Just like she does with regular man. She ends up decapitating it and stealing his wallet.
She killed it.
This is her reason.
How you wipe your ass with your nails?
So first of all, you see right before she starts talking, or right as she starts talking, she pitches
her
nose with her nails. That's what's known as a tell in poker. She knows she's going to go
poker tell.
Her nails and wiping her ass. And her first inclination is to itch her nose. Second thing is she has the classiest fans. Because lots of them want to know how she wipes her ass with those talons.
Disgusting.
Everything about her is fake. She's got the classiest fans.
You asked me how you wipe your ass with your nails. First of all, you don't clean your ass with your nails. You wipe your ass with these shit. And
what?
So by these shit, she means her fingers. And so think about this. Name one other celebrity whose fan would be like, "How do you wipe your ass?" Or
like seriously,
or just
nobody, like no celebrities in the past. First of all, this is how you wipe your ass with these shits.
Normal person, right? Or someone come up to you and say, "How do you wipe your ass?"
Unbelievable.
Ask you a comment on some social media. And what other celebrity or famous person, or just a YouTuber, or someone with a social media, Facebook page, would respond? Would feel the need to respond. I gotta clear this thing up about wiping my ass. Because, I don't want this disinformation about my ass wiping and these long videos. Just think about the level of consciousness here. It's funny and tragic that her fans would ask her that question and she would respond with so much emotion.
Second of all, I stay getting my ass eaten now, so you already know I know how to fucking wipe good all day, every day. So
So the majority of Cardi B's fans are younger, right? And she has had to address this about her rants because Cardi B slams fans saying she isn't a role model. Well, younger people always look up to older people, and they copy her, they copy her lyrics, they copy her presentation, and so she's a horrible role model. I mean, think about all this stuff that she says, and whether she's a role model or not, she is exposing young people to these things, right? Her fan base is very young people, and they tune in to what she says. And so, whether she wants to call herself a role model, you know, these people who say, well, I'm not a role model. All right, fine. You're not a role model. But you're still influencing these people because they're going to copy what you do and say. And you're exposing them to concepts in just a degraded nature, right? Just a degraded, freaking person. And so, you know, it's funny, but it's also something it just shows you how they're trying to drive by vibrations. I mean, think about my earlier video today about which one of these people is in Mensa, with Dick Painter, who's in the political field, and Don Pettit, who is in the science field, and the top of the science field is becoming an astronaut. Cardi B is at the top of the entertainment industry in terms of rapping and singing. And these people are all low-level vibrational people, down the vibrations of the human condition. And so, yeah, it's funny, but also these people are out there for a reason, and the reason isn't good. Bottom line, definitely from the apocalypse. They don't have a blessing.
Yikes. Yeah.
I chose to come to college because of my history, my background itself. I came on.
You heard that, right?
Yeah, that's probably, you know, she probably has, I don't know how many fans, but it's got to be one of the most popular pop stars out there.
She's top 5 in the world.
I mean, millions, hundreds of, tens of millions, hundreds of millions,
Tens of millions.
tens of millions.
Maybe, dude, honestly, over 100 million.
Are you serious? I can't fucking believe this is happening, dude. You just blown me out of fucking gas.
Dude,
see, mate, I don't have a TV, so I don't see this shit.
Dude, America has nearly, well, supposedly, 400 million people almost. And I think that's bullshit. But I think that's bullshit. First off, dude, first off, I've been calling this population increase for years. And have you seen how it's at almost 8 billion now? Dude.
Nah, it's not, man. It's going the other way.
Dude, I've been calling population increase application for years.
I was late to the game on that.
And it is now at almost 8 billion, man. And it's like 7.8 billion. And I'm guessing. I haven't checked. And so I can just make a fool of myself. And you look it up right now, I'm right. And even though I'm saying I'm right and I haven't checked, and you can prove me wrong by checking, bitch. But anyway, I just forced you to do something you didn't want. But anyway, so yeah, populations of fucking farce joke, and I guarantee you it's probably 2 or 3 billion, maybe less. Maybe less than 1 million. I mean, dude, imagine if there was only like 1 billion people, or like 550 million, like they say, because they want to keep it that way, right?
Yeah, you're so right, Dan, because when you think about it, China kills all the girls. They only want boys. India does the same too. The biggest populations within the flat plane we live on. So yeah, Dan, you know what? Really thinking about what you just said makes a little common sense. That if you got more men than women, well, you've only got so many wombs that can carry a baby. And then if you look at the rest of the worlds, especially the ones that we call progressive, are killing their children and then selling body parts. Yeah, I believe you're totally right, Dan. I think we're not expanding our numbers. I think we're dwindling them.
I'm gonna look up the world population right now. Hold on.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, you brought up an interesting subject. Yeah. Wow. Interesting. And you know what, guys? I have 900 people in my town in Australia. I know that because I know every motherfucker in the town. Well, they know me too. But, you know, I know the copper. I know all the old fucks, young fucks, everyone. 990 people in my town in Australia. I know that for a fact, but anything else, I don't have a factual.
So, Elliot and THC, what did I say that the population was?
8.
You said 8 million. 8 billion with a B.
But then
And what did I guesstimate it was?
2 or 3.
Two or three, yeah.
Oh, no. A little bit underneath the 8 billion.
Oh. What?
Well, either way, I'll let you know. The world population is 7.7 billion. And actually, it's closer to 7.8 billion. Called it.
Bullshit.
Right. They say most are in India and China.
So, like I said, I didn't research it, but I knew I was right, and then I did research it, and it turns out I was right. So,
Yeah, I think it's all bullshit, Dan. Because you look at all the gay fucks now. You look at every poo hole jabber. I mean, nobody's having babies, mate. Everyone's, you know, jabbing everyone's asshole. There's no babies created from assholes.
yeah, it's just really simple and easy.
Because they're not like blokes. And then you got all the gay fucks in the Western society. I mean, and the only ones I really know that are really plugging out babies are the Muslims. But I can't see them doing 8 billion.
Man, they say
wow.
7. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy. Yeah. When you really think about it, it's crazy.
Well, dude, the thing is that the last time, I'm just going to assume this on your life, THC, the last time you checked was about, 6.5 billion. But what they just snuck up underneath you is 2 billion people to the world population. So you think that's a big thing, and I'm telling you it is. And they did. And the last time you checked the world population, it was about 6 billion, correct? Guess what? Now it's 8 billion.
Yeah, that's weird, dude. Wow. I don't know, dude. I know that
discrepancy. I'm telling them that's a big fucking difference, people.
Yeah, it is. It is. I've been in an audience of 100,000 people in Australia in an Oktoberfest listening to AC/DC and In Excess.
Exactly. That's empirical evidence.
I've seen 100,000 people in front of me because what a dirty bunch of fucks we all were. And 100,000 people is a mess. You know, you got shit everywhere, dude. I mean, food, shit. I mean, a lot of mess.
Oh yeah.
But 8 billion, I can't even tell you how many 100,000 people groups that is.
Now,
I mean, that'd be the size of Melbourne. That'd be the size of fucking Melbourne.
Now here's the thing. I have never gone international. I've only gone from the East Coast to the West Coast, back and forth. So I've only gone 4,000 miles back from 4,000. So the thing is, I've only experienced, about 4,000, 5,000 miles at a time. And so the world is apparently 25,000. And I've only gone, well, that's not much. And
no, not much.
So, I mean, it was flat, but it's not much. I forgot what I was going to say, so I forgot.
But the thing is, Dan, why are they saying 8 billion? There's an ulterior motive there.
Actually, I remember. You were just reminded me. When I drove from the east to the west and from the west to the east, shit wasn't filled up. And they're definitely... No. And now here's the thing. when you look into history and these resets, they had all these cities built, and like they were fashioned for people to be moved into, like cattle, like chicken littles. And I'm like, oh, so they just built these cities and they farmed us into there. I'm like, oh no, they're just fucking geoengineering, socio spherical, political, socio-political. Oh man, they got you. They got you by the balls. See, they're a bunch of social criminals, assholes, I call them. And
yeah, it's a guilt trip. They want to make you feel guilty, ashamed, and anxious about the state of things.
Yeah, dude, keep going. I gotta take a
piss. Right on, Elliot. They do. They want to make you. They're buggers. So true.
And we don't have to, right? We're made for this world. We don't have to feel like we're going to destroy it. We can't.
No, but they want to. They want to make you think that, Elliot. You look at all the people in Portland that drive these battery cars. I asked them, do you know that fucking car you're driving? My daughter that's fucking 5 years old is going to spend the next 150 years dealing with the shit that you're driving now for 5 years. I said, where's the common sense in that? I mean, they look at you. I mean, if you look at those eyes look back at you, it's a blank. It's blank. It's blank. It's like, I don't know what it is. Just nothing happening upstairs. It's like I said nothing. But these people are driving these battery vehicles that don't think about the circumstances. What happens when you throw out those batteries?
Oh yeah,
I mean Tesla.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy, man. I mean, wow, dude. Weird shit.
I used to work for a company that sold solar panels and light bulbs, LED light bulbs. And they love to think of themselves like they were doing good work. But they were just selling products like any other company. It's their product. The only difference was they were marketing their products as ecological. But it's just another racket.
Yeah, another racket. Yeah, yeah. And I think they're just keeping us busy, Elliot, with all this, just everything. You look at how busy they're keeping everybody. I mean, everyone is busy. Busy. Oh my God, fucking, if you, mate, people don't sit down and have an outrageous thought or a thought that you've never had before. You know, I always, every day, I always search a thought that I've never had. You know, that's, you know, you get a little older in the later days, man. I search for the thoughts that I haven't had or things that I didn't think about. That's why I like speaking with Dan and a few others in the community, because, you know, they're original thinkers. They will say something that may piss you off or may lead you down to think something. Look, I'm not saying I've agreed with everything that Dan has said, and he has ticked me off, but you know what? Come to circumstances, I have learned so much from Dan and the others just by just listening, dude. I may have not have agreed to it, but hey man, it leads you down another avenue, and then basically, holy fuck, I did not know that. So interesting, man. I'm telling you, where we are and you are a rare fucking find. That's not blowing wind up your backside, guys. I'm telling you, rare. And I'm telling you, Dan, more people are going to find us out. Not because you're pretty, it's because you think differently. And I think it's going to catch on, brother. No, it's going to catch on, dude. I mean, people.
Yeah. Well, I like how you put it, because the way we challenge ourselves isn't by trying to make things difficult to understand. It's by feeling it in our gut that we're really being challenged. Like, it's not just some head game that we're playing. We really feel like we're encountering something that kind of shook us, right? It's not just some difficult math problem we're trying to figure out.
No, Elliot, it's physically real. People are being censored. I mean, purposely censored, deliberately fucking blocked, deliberately having your UAP just lost fucking 500 to 800 subscribers in a fucking hour.
Ugh.
I mean, they're giving him so much shit, mate. He's ready to pull the plug, man. He's fucking pissed. They're really fucking with him, man. And you know what? I like all people. I don't agree with some of the things he says, but you know what? I agree with his free speech. They're really dicking with him, dude, and they're dicked with a lot of folks. I really hope he hangs through this, mate, because he's a smart cat. He's got a lot to share.
I can't wait. I can't wait for my new series that you just reminded me of.
Please.
Where I'm going to check up on my old self and make a series of reviewing my old self, and I guarantee you that's going to be a new series that everyone else is going to copy off of me, like usual. And so they'll check their old videos like I'm going to do, and I'll have you both or whoever on, and I'll commentate, and whether it's myself or with other people, and I'll make fun of myself and just commentate and make fun of my old videos with the guests that I had on, like Antonio and Patricia and more people, much more people. And when I was with Dell and IPS and Dread, Bro Sanchez, tons.
Yes, man. I laughed so hard when you talked to Sanchez and them, man. I fucking nearly fell off my seat, dude. Oh, man. You're not good to listen to when you're driving, man, when you're talking to those folks, because I fucking nearly laughed and fell off my fucking seat, man. I mean, yeah, I remember all those old days. It's not even old, 3 years ago when you were just on those. What were those? Even the African ones. What were they?
Well, it's interesting.
There was like
it's interesting because Bro Sanchez always said he wanted to collaborate with me, but we never got. And same with Santos Bonacci, we never got around to it. I'm like, all right. I'm like, I'm used to that. I'm used to it, dude. I'm used to people saying, "Oh, I want to collaborate with you." We never do anything. And now my main channel is banned on Bro Sanchez's channel. So anytime I go to comment in his chat room, I'm banned from commenting there. And I'm banned from commenting just like you are, THC. So see what I mean? We're both banned from places who apparently are pro. And it's like, I thought we were cool, and it's like, dude, yeah, I don't know, it's just a joke. It's like, I don't know why you're not there anymore. It's because you banned me, probably. So it's the same thing with IPS. Like, IPS had me banned for a fucking while, and I'm like, dude, unban me on your channel. And he unbanned me recently, and so kudos to that.
He came around.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. And you know what? It's not just about the banning, Dan. It's about taking your free speech. I didn't say anything rude on that Christian show today. I just said Mark Sargent's a shill. They knocked me out for fucking 300 seconds or whatever they fucking do. You know what? And I should have never have got angry. But anyway, I had one of those days today, and assholes, man. You bastards.
Yeah, it's just that Netflix documentary. I was at the Pasadena meetup where part of some of those scenes were recorded, and people showed up there. It was a meetup at a pizza place, and Mark Sargent flew into town for it. But the rest of, I don't know, half the people that went were all about him and just hung around Mark Sargent just to get close to him. The rest of us, like, you know, a few of us, maybe a little less than half, just broke off and did our own thing and said, we don't need to talk to Mark Sargent. We don't really care.
Wow. Wow. Wow, man.
That happened a few times. There was another one in Arcadia, which is close to Pasadena. And that's the one that was done by National Geographic. National Geographic showed up at that one. And so both of these came out recently, the Netflix documentary and then the National Geographic, which was more like a 10, 15-minute piece. And it's on YouTube also. But that one, same thing. People showed up to this meetup because we all organized it on meetup.com. And God, man, like little more than half the people there would all just crowd around Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer. Meanwhile, 10, 20% of us didn't care at all about that and just hung out with ourselves because we know it's cool to hang out with people like us. We don't really care about this nonsense.
Yeah, just anyone, different people.
Yeah. I completely refused to be interviewed. I was like, no way I'm being interviewed for that stuff.
Yeah, man, you got some hardcore integrity like myself, so I appreciate that. Because
me too.
Dude, like I mean, I got offered money to go to Vegas, and I'm not gonna get into that, and I can show that, but I'm not gonna go into it.
Oh wow, that's some inside baseball.
But yeah. Now there's other people that are like,
see, Dan, they see you as a threat, not just as now, but a decade from now, man. You think I'm not going to say that your success is now, but you're going to have a lot
of obscurity. Obscurity.
You are. My daughter watches you. She's 8. It's just because you're wackiness, but you're within 10 years, a decade from now, man. It's amazing. You know, they're trying to do a number on you now, so you don't have any credibility 5 to 10 years from now, Dan. I'm telling you, these people have worked you out, Antonio out, and all of that. But one thing that they haven't figured out is the human psychic feels another psychic person, and you can't break that. You know, we're all coming together eventually, brother. We are. It's inevitable. It's got to happen, or we're all fucked. We're all fucked. You know, I don't know how the fuck I found you, Dan. I don't even know. I fucking don't even know. So you just imagine if that funny circumstance happened. I believe that there are many more and many more are coming, and I believe it's going to get to a point where you ain't going to stop it. They can't stop it, dude.
Hold on, you just brought up a good point of you don't knownness of how you don't know how you found me. Is there was a quality in human beings back in the past that we all had. It was called knowing, but you didn't know how you knew, and that would lead us from A to B the quickest possible way, the fastest and safest. And so if you had that intuition, you would be the leader, and you would tell your squadron and tribe and clan to follow you. And so you would lead them from A to B in a long distance, and it would be safe. And that is a skill. And that's a skill that we don't have anymore. So they've taken us away from that purposefully.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that, brother. Yep. Well, man, it's coming back. Individuality, bud. It's coming back. It really is. I don't know what they're going to try next. Isn't there a thing that they do over a period of time when they try and denounce you? The first thing, the powers to be, they will try and belittle you in front of your family members and peers. And I think there's a series of things that they go through. And the last one, if they can't go through them, they try and kill you. If they can't kill you, well, it is what it is. But I think it's, Dan, truly, when you think about it, Dan, how many people have you woken up? If you look at it
Oh man,
So
I was thinking about that today.
yeah, no,
No,
I've
I
been
was,
thinking about. Yeah, please
I was
do
thinking
keep
about
going
that
on.
today. Probably like, I don't know, like hopefully 5 million. I hope about 5 million. uh, it's probably closer to like 2. I mean, I was on a radio show that had 250,000 people at one time on a radio, and I've been in front of thousands of people in audiences, and I mean, I've done the math. I mean, it has. I mean, that's millions. I know I've been. So I mean, I know it's over 1, and it's easily about 2. So hopefully, it's spread to like 3. But it does. That's the thing. ODD and all these other personalities and people have reached tens of millions, hundreds of millions, and that, other people that I know personally have reached tens and hundreds of millions of people. So like that's fine. you see what I mean? Like, like, there are really people in unfortunate situations.
Yeah.
And
Anthony brought something up a little while ago where he was saying it's like we challenge each other because we don't agree completely with each other. We're not 100% in agreement, so we have to really stomach these gut checks. You give us a gut check, and it's okay because we're people that like that. We appreciate it. But that's what you teach us. I think you're able to show people like, look, you can handle this, even if you don't.
exactly.
If it doesn't feel right, maybe that's what you need to get into. Dive into that feeling. It's
Yeah,
good
man.
that you have a feeling. It means you're alive.
No, that's exactly what I tap into. That's one of the things. Yeah, exactly.
Because it's like that's what people are walking around not wanting to avoid. They don't want to feel these uncomfortable feelings.
I mean, what do you call it? Is it uncomfortable? Is it pleasurable? Is it
Right.
is it unnerving?
Right.
Is it
I call it challenging. I like the word challenging.
challenging? Yeah. Does it substantiate you? Does it make you drool? Does it make you dizzy? Does it make you fucking far gone? Does it make you non-serious? Does it make you passive? Man, people like
I must admit, Dan, you don't make me passive.
but here's
You
the
definitely
thing.
don't.
People
You don't make you're like fucking petrol to a fireplace for me, mate. Some of the subjects that you fucking talk about, swear to God, dude, mate, they're fucking lucky I don't have a big army. I got no time for bullshit, and sometimes you just fucking light my wick. I mean, I just like, what the fuck? Because you bring up subjects.
Darren says in the comments, you made me face myself.
Oh, beautiful.
That's good. That's a good way to put it.
Hey, dude, that is fucking awesome to hear that, Dan. And you know what? Even if you had one person fucking say that to you, you know what? Whoever said that, fucking honor you, man. Because you know what? That takes a great being to even fucking say that.
It does.
That just hit me home, dude. Wow. See, and you know what, Dan? How many other fucking people have you just like moved the fork in the road, dude? Take that little observation off I, me, my mind and just shifting in just a little bit. Yeah, fuck, eh?
The thing
Yeah,
is
wow.
in the past, I was in 2010, 2011, 2009. I would I would be inspired by these people, and then they would block me, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, dude, like I looked up to you so much, dude. Like, can you block me like that? And I'm like, it just made me so like. And then it got to the point where YouTube just started to take over, and like it was interesting how when I was sitting there getting denied by people, and I'm like feeling so ashamed, and I'm like, but that was when YouTube was going off with the original YouTube stars, and they're still around, the original YouTube stars, and I have contact with the original YouTube stars, and it's interesting because they have millions of subscribers now, and that's the goal, is to have 1 million subscribers, and I'm not, and you're not stupid, and I'm not stupid, and all the flat earthers, you're a joke, and you're a stupid liar if you claim to not want 1 million subscribers. And so I'm just gonna just lay it out simply, and you do want that. I want that. ODD wants that, and it's like, so do it. And the thing is, it's hard. I've been at 2,000 subscribers for 5 years. So yeah, it's like it's hard for me to get over that hump because, like, I don't know. Apparently, government doesn't want me to have more than 2,000 subscribers. So it's like I don't know what the fuck's going on there. It's kind of strange at this point. But besides that, I'm just gonna keep rolling on simply, and I'm gonna have a nice epic panel of people like THC, Elliot, ODD, and in the future, honestly, anyone I want. But honestly, it's going to be really surprising. You're going to be really surprised who I'm going to have in my panel. You're not going to believe it, actually. And I have some surprises for you in the future. People directly involved with Teal Swan and Daryl Anka, Bashar, and many other entities, and very coincidental things that and if you who do you want me to interview, please, we got about 10 to 12 people here in the chat room, so ask and tell me, who do you want me to interview, and I'll try to get a hold of
Hancock. I want you to interview Hancock. I don't want you to touch his cock, but I want you to interview him.
Oh, okay. Honestly, that's a decent idea. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, he'd probably be scared of it because
Hancock, I believe if you word your questions carefully, I reckon you could devolve a lot of information from him, because he does talk if you let him talk a little bit about other things other than what he's paid to talk about.
No, I know people directly involved with him who have already interviewed him, who want to interview me, and so I could get I can easily get a hold of him. Man, it's interesting. His last book he put out, I'm like, damn, dude, did that make him credible all of a sudden? And I'm like, oh, never mind. He's Max Egan level. So yeah, they're at the Max Egan level. Do you guys know that? You guys know? Yeah, you guys know the Max Egan. Yep. So, that's the Max Egan level. They're I don't know, the Graham Hancock Max Egan level, Nasty Hair Mind level. That's the level. That's where they're at.
And where do you put Tellinger above that?
Oh, he's above all of them, obviously.
Yeah. And what about Bonacci?
Below Tellinger now.
Yeah.
Well, he was.
Who are you talking about? I'm missing the boat here. Can you mention that name again? You're talking about who? Challenger? What? Who are you talking? Michael?
Michael Tellinger.
Yeah, Michael
Oh,
Tellinger.
Tellinger. Okay, I'll look him up. But yeah. If you could leave a link in your your thing there, Dan, I'll look him up later, eh? I've never heard of the name.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, he's got a lot of fossil work and a giant. You'd be surprised at about he finds giant human footprints all over the world, and I'm talking like a 3 foot. So like a 30-foot tall human, or like a 15-foot tall human.
Yeah, that's a big dude.
Yeah, and they're in the side of like boulders on the top of mountains, like on the side of.
They're in the side of boulders.
Like on the side of boulders on the top of mountains.
Dan, are you pulling my fucking leg here? What are you doing?
No, just look up Michael Tellinger, giant footprints.
Okay, I will. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you'll find that giant. You type in Tellinger, and honestly, here's the thing. I mean, I've been involved with archaeology, and fossils. Are you kidding me? Trilobites? What the fuck? I have myself hundreds of trilobites that I've collected since I've been a little kid. I still have.
Yeah, you got into it really young.
Oh, dude! Since I've been 3.
It's really actually that is a cool thing to get into when you're young.
Oh my god! I have so many. I should make a video. And oh man, I'm getting pumped. And I have so much fossils. And like
How things turn to fossils is really interesting.
These things are not from millions of years ago. That's bullshit. That is pure bullshit. They're not from hundreds of millions of years ago. That is.
Well, Dan, you can make coal in your fucking oven, and I'm going to show people to do that too. You can make fucking coal in an oven. I can go and cut some fucking wood. I can go and soak the wood in water. I can go and stick it in a fucking 1 1/4 inch pipe, like you're making a pipe bomb, but you're not filling it with things that blow up. You put it in the fucking oven, and you cook the motherfucker. Okay, for a period of time. When you pull that motherfucker out, it comes out as coal. Yeah, coal. Black fucking shit. Coal that you dig up from under the ground. Now, either I went through some fucking time loop, I did fucking 1,000,000 years in about 5 fucking minutes in my front of my oven. No. I've been fucking lied to, dude.
Here's another thing. Here's another way we lie to ourselves. I thought I collected a bunch of like. Here's the thing. They were like this. They're just like just claws, and I'm like, I collected these claws, and I have a bunch of them. I got hundreds of them, and they turns out to be, they're called horned corals, and if you look them up, I mean, they're horned corals from millions of years ago. And I'm like, man, I did a good job, man. I collected trilobites, horned corals, beetles. I got beetles. I got little beetles. I got tons of beetles. Now I'm gonna show you guys all my beetles from millions of years ago, when the world first started. Actually, we evolved from these beetles and trilobites, guys. I have what we evolved from, right? So we evolved from trilobites, right? 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 Right?
If you say so.
No, that's true. They tell us that we came from micro biological life, microcelled, one-celled organism.
Hmm.
So if we evolved from the one cell, that means that we are a trilobite that evolved, right? We are a talking trilobite. We're a walking, talking disease.
Hmm.
But that's not true.
It's a good story.
Still 10 people. Wow, that is amazing. It just doesn't, it just stays at 10. It's been at 10 for literally hours. It's in the third hour. It's been at 10 viewers the entire time. Wow, that is a steady congruency of bullshit. Wow, you guys are full of bullshit. I just want to let you know, everyone in the chat room except for Darren, you're all pathetic. Okay? Okay. Good. I'm glad you all know that. There's 10 people watching. Everyone but Darren here is bullshit, and you're all pathetic. So I did an expose on Harrelson, his father. I mean, I love you. I love White Man Can Jump. Are you kidding me? I love that man. I love him. And here's the thing. Yo, could you find, Elliot Hall, you know how me and you are good at finding movies and shit. Dude, Further. He has a movie. It's called like Go Further in 2001 or 2. And it's a documentary of Woody Harrelson on his finding up, promoting and learning about the psychedelic bus of Ken Kesey with his son and the other merry pranksters. And so, I thought that was quite interesting because they're still alive and they still do their stuff. And
yeah, Further.
Did you see it?
No,
you
no.
just type in Woody Harrelson Merry Pranksters documentary movie, and I guarantee you it's going to come up. It'll be about the early 2000s. You see it? Just let me know what it is if you find it. I can look it up right now, but I'm just too fucking. I mean,
It.
What is it?
Let me see.
Because it's
Go Further. Wait.
Go Further. You got to pay for that. What does it say? Could you read the description of it, please?
It's a group of environmental activists riding around biofueled bus. The tour was called the Simple Organic Living Tour. 2003. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's the one. Go Further. Wait, it's just ways to be environmentally responsible.
Sorry. You hear me? Nice. Yeah, exactly, dude. I gotta find that one. It's tough to find. That's one of the only movies I've never found. And trust me, I'm good at finding movies. But man, I have had a good time here, and I'm gonna keep this going for another 25 minutes.
Okay, man. Yeah, we can end it whenever. You made me think of a movie called Upstream Color. It's the sequel, not the sequel. It's the second movie of the guy that made Primer.
Oh, dude. Okay, thank you.
Because both are very strange movies.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so you're telling me. Okay. Hold on. Hold that thought, please. All right. So Charles. All right. Here's our thing. We got about 12 viewers. Nice. It's all right. Go off. All right. So I got Tesla's vibrational machine there. The Web of Life there. Made in China, exported to the world there. Ah. Um. So, what was
Good
that?
film, man. Primer was a fucking good film. They were in that
Yeah,
garage and
that
they
this
fucking did
time
that.
travel movie, right?
Yeah. What
Yeah.
a great fucking out of the
Yeah.
box film, dude.
So
I mean,
now, what is the high intense? Now, apparently, there's supposed to be a sequel that's supposed to be even like way more mind warping than the first, than Primer.
Yeah. Yeah. It's called Upstream Color.
Could you hook me up with that in the are you in my Skype group?
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever used that with you.
You're not
okay.
in Skype.
I have it. Let me add it.
Wow, Elliot or THC, you're about to be mind blown.
No. I have not watched any movies for a very long time, but this is the first. I will break this rule for this. If this is a sequel from Primer, I'm watching. I'll make sure that I'll bring the TV out.
I'm watching it. No.
Yeah,
No, THC. Let me explain myself.
cool.
You know our group, right?
Yep.
Elliot's not in it,
Who?
so
What?
that's why you don't know him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know him. You know, I'm very suspicious of people. No, I
Well,
don't. But
that's why I'm letting you know, like, because you've been in that group for so long that I thought he was in that group, but apparently I'm letting him know. I'm like, dude, that's my Skype group. Why you're not in it? And this is Elliot, and I thought he was in my Skype group, but apparently he's not because he's a stupid idiot.
No, man,
well, that makes three of it. That makes three of us. So anyway, but at least we met, and I'm so glad to meet you, Elliot, because I've heard you a couple of times, and mate, I just need more of you bastards out there, because you know what? When I'm fucking dead and gone, my children need good folk like you out there. You know, there's
Yeah.
a lot of twat out there, bud.
Oh, actually, dude, I gotta share that shit with you right now because that's bad if you don't.
Hey,
Here.
no, Dan, don't forget to share that fucking film. I'm serious. If there's a sequel from Primer, man, because that fucking
Wait, wait. Just let me share this and then we'll get into that.
Ah, fuck, eh?
Alright, so fucking.
Jeez, I hope the rental people don't make me smoking grass in their car. Anyway, I had to not video record. Anyway, if you video recording me, I'm smoking Durban poison and I'm drinking apple cider in your car, you assholes, and I'm parked. So you can go and fuck yourself. And I don't have keys because there's no keys in this. And there's no keys in the new car. So the coppers can't. I got fucking keys in the car while there's no fucking key in this car. It doesn't have a key. Assholes. But anyway.
Here you go. Here's the link. Nice.
Oh, the link.
There. And then here's another one.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I see it.
And then yeah, hopefully I'll see you join. Are you serious?
I used to use Skype for this anarchist group I was a part of. They would do like courtroom rehearsals if you want to defend yourself in court.
Well, dude, it's so interesting because like there's like NASA groups that want me to join and shit. I'm not getting around. Like it's like they're like reaching out to me like, all right, like I'm like, holy shit, dude, NASA groups. And like, that's pretty interesting. Dude, I don't like tell like half the shit of what's going on in my life, dude. It's 3:30, everybody. It's 3:30, and I'm 33 years old. It's 3:30, and it's 5:30. 5 and 30. 2019, and it's 3:30, and I'm 33. Yo. Oh, that's hilarious. Yo, what's this say?
Well, I'm doing a double shift at my lab, so I'm fucking stuck here for 2 days. I'm sleeping here and making oil.
Yo, what's this say?
Yeah, I'm at the lab and I'm sleeping here for 2 days. I've got to make a lot of oil and shit, so I'll be fucking. If you ever have these little talks, I've got something to listen to.
See that?
Yep.
What's that?
It says 10,000.
What?
It says 10,000.
Top.
10,000. I can't fucking see it.
Oh.
10,000 maniacs?
10,000 maniacs and
Something the flat earth, the earth.
10,000 maniacs and what?
Yeah, I'm going to get you fuckers out the way. Yeah, I can't see. I'm on my phone. But it says 10,000 maniacs, the earth.
Oh, sir. Fuck. Sorry. Oh, God.
Oh, the earth press, huh?
The earth press. I don't know. Dude, here's the thing. What do you know about the War of 1812? Both of you.
Say that again.
Elliot doesn't really know much. THC, what do you know about the War of 1812?
The War of 1812.
Mm-hmm.
Not too much.
It's about Napoleon. That's all I know. Napoleon's connected to
Yeah, Napoleon. But Napoleon didn't do it in 1812. He did it in the 1300s. If you look at the clothing he wore, the clothing came from the 1300s.
They're
Very, very long.
That's for sure. And here's the thing. Yeah, we need to fucking look into the history of this shit. Because they're lying about everything. And, yeah. What were we talking about now? What did I question you? What was I questioning you about?
the War of 1812.
Oh, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm living in this area of 1812. I'm in 1812 here. I'm not kidding. I'm in 1812, and I mean, here's the thing: if you double 1812, I mean, it's like 2600. But dude, I'm gonna live to about 2100, and but here's the thing. It's 2020 about, right? And yeah, we got about 80 years left. 80 years easily. And if we're lucky, we got longer. But we definitely got 80 years.
And it's funny you say that, Dan, because where a lot of people make their money is through fear porn. So, there's so many people that are trying to creep this idea even into the flat earth community, saying that the world's going to end. There's so many of these beautiful Christian people, but some of them are a little twisted, and they're trying to have their observations being overruled by the earth is going through a transition where we're all going to die, and Jesus is going to come and save us. And you know what? I think it's a little, I think it's like another psyop in a way.
It's dumb. It's primitive.
It's really dumb.
dumb. So dumb.
It's boring. It's primitive. It's redundant.
It is redundant, dude.
Could you ask people, show me what you got? You go, show me what you got. And if
Man, you know what?
if they can't
Dan,
show you, they ain't got nothing.
I was in a cult for a fucking very long time. And you know, in my cult, I did learn stuff, but I built, personally I built about 30 UGs for these rich fucks because they thought that they were the meek and they were going to inherit the earth with other crazy fucking cult fucks. But, you know, they thought that because they had this run to do, which is really a blow-up doll, which is Jay-Z Knight.
Now,
And
can I, sorry, interrupt you. Who is the cult in Northern California with the dude who drank the cult who drank the Kool-Aid?
the guy that drank the Kool-Aid in, well, there was two of them. There was two of them. Which one was it? The one in 74, 78?
Yeah, the dude who had like nearly 1,000 people.
Yeah. He was
the Joneses or the Smiths or whatever. What is that?
Jones.
Jim Jones.
It's Jim.
I know
His
people
first name was Jim.
who are involved with the family of Jonestown, and
Holy shit, Dan.
oh, dude,
No, that's fucking weird, man.
Oh, I know it's weird, dude. It's horribly weird. And and I talk to them, dude. They're bad. They're not in good straits. And geez, here's the thing. Yeah, they tried to get them to kill themselves, and they left. They got away. Jesus Christ.
Are you telling me, Dan, they were in the cult when everyone whacked themselves?
Back then, yeah.
Holy shit, Dan, you gotta interview him.
Oh, honestly,
no, dude.
I'm gonna mention that right now. I'm gonna definitely bring that up to my brother.
No, Dan, you gotta fucking interview it, dude. Dan, you gotta interview the old shit because it's gone forever.
Yeah, I definitely will.
I'm gonna be, now you told me, you little fuck. I'm gonna be your necromancer. Once a year, I'm gonna bring this up.
Oh, dude. I gotta definitely do it sooner than later because she's yeah.
Man, do you know that is gonna be unbelievable?
Dude, it's intense. Dude, yeah, no, it's pretty intense.
Oh, that's gonna be an intense interview.
It's so interesting how all of these JFKs, these what was the thing we were just talking about?
War of 1812.
Now here's the thing, it's involved with Buffalo. I'm driving through and I'm driving like 20, 30 minutes out of where I normally drive. All of a sudden I saw a sign that said 1812 to 2012, and I'm like, oh, I already know my free Sonic ties here in Buffalo, or the Buffalo remade Sonic ties, and I'm like, sheesh, 2000 or 18. I'm like, oh, so the war. So, do you guys know anything about the War of Gettysburg?
Man, no. I mean, I know the official story, but I think it could be another completely, scripted event.
Well, yeah, but do you know about anything about the War of Gettysburg in New York?
It's just that it was supposedly
the bloodiest. Familiar, at least?
Yes, it was supposedly the bloodiest battle in Civil War.
Yeah. It's about where I lived.
Oh, the War of Gettysburg?
Yeah.
Not the Civil War battle?
Now here's the thing.
Okay, now you got me fucking intrigued. Okay, you little bitch. When was that printed?
Very thick and heavy. Hold on, let me it actually has hold on.
Oh, holy shit.
Hold on. See that?
Yep,
See it says maps?
yep.
Now hold on, let me open it up. These are old. Damn. The stems are really old.
Where the fuck you been hiding at?
There you go. Now, got a map here. Hmm. (1863).
1863. Now, how's the 18 read? Is it an I or a J?
One.
Okay.
It's not that old. It's not as old as we want it to be. This piece of reference for the horizontal curves. Wait, horizontal curves? It says horizontal curves in 1850. It's too good. It says the cavalry battle in Gettysburg, July 3rd, 1863. It says horizontal curves. Oh man. Oh, this is too funny. Got a whole map. This whole map is delicious here. It's funny at the bottom. It says the horizontal. Oh man. Oh, there it is.
Got it.
It said horizontal curves.
Oh,
But there's actually more maps inside here. It's ridiculous how big this book is. And dude, all of history is a complete and utter lie. All of Rome is a complete and utter lie. Everything that you've ever been taught about Rome is complete and utter lie. It's like, dude, we can, like, how many, like, what do you know about Rome? It's ridiculous. Damn, dude.
it's all a lie, Dan. And you know what? And you know that everybody is trying to stop people from talking to the Aboriginals. Before I came to America, I spent a couple of years with some Abos, And that's why I learned my didgeridoo, circular breathing and shit. But anyway, mate, to the point, those motherfuckers, they really know a lot. And you know what they say, man? These are these old stories, especially up the north, that they reckon a door opened up and they came to Australia. It's pretty weird, dude. They got some really fascinating stories about how they came to Australia from another, you know. If you look at their drawings, I rather them say it than me say it, because they say it different. But you know, they reckon the platypus, the koala, the kangaroo came with them. It's pretty weird, dude. You know, so I don't know. I reckon we've all been lied to about everything. The Abos know that they're not indigenous to this world. The door opened up, they came through, and the animals came here, and fucked if I know how that happens. But Australia, man, the animals are really different. I've been nearly to all the countries of the world, and Australia's got some pretty fucked up animals, man. I mean, pretty weird. Everything there wants to fucking kill you. But the animals are really different, man. I mean, really different. And if you've never saw a platypus, and if you have one that you could go and see, a live one, go and do yourself a favor and do it.
It's hilarious.
It's really interesting, man. But the Aborigines, yeah, getting back to it, I think they know a lot more than we give them credit for.
Absolutely.
They're fucking weird, man.
Yeah, they actually, it's so funny that they say we didn't know stuff in the past, but we obviously knew more.
Did you know another secret about them? And they told me this, and I looked it up years later and asked doctors too. But they said to me, you know what they said, man? They said, if you got another person to have sex with a member of our race, that offspring doesn't have any of the same gene that it started with. It's the only race that does that. Pretty weird shit, dude. I don't know. It's pretty funky shit. Those Abos, mate, they're fucking weird. They know a lot. They're spooky. They seem to fucking know a lot. They can talk to each other without fucking on a phone, mate. You know, they're crazy fucks. They know more than they tell us. They're pretty weird people, man. I mean,
they have the whole dream time thing where they're able to navigate through their dreams.
Yeah, dude. It's just, mate, that 2 years with them, man, I learned so much. You know, you know, they're very closed group. They're not like wanting to promote to the world who they are. The real Abos, mate, I'm telling you, they're fucking strange people, dude. I'm telling you, you know, even the mamas, you know, they don't even fucking talk to you. They just look at you. It's like,
and do they stare into your eyes? Oh, yeah. Do they stare right into your eyes?
Oh, dude, yeah, man. It's the old mamas, I mean, just stare at you, dude. But you know what they're doing? And they're not doing that to intimidate you in any way. They're just seeing how wise you are. It's pretty interesting, man. I mean, it's pretty fucking freaky there. But anyway, getting to the story, talking about the animals that came to Australia, it's just the more I hear, you know, just the folks talking about where we live and shit, and I'll get off the subject. I think we're really being fucking so lied to. We're dumb as a bag of rocks. I think we're the dumb ones. When I look at the Aboriginals and what they taught me, I think they're the real fucking genius. Because, yeah, man, just weird shit. You know, they just did shit we don't normally do. You know, it's normal for them. So, you know, I believe I believe there's other ponds out there that have other races, and I believe certain things open up. And I could be way off the track here, and I believe people get sucked into it because if I tell you the honest truth, you know, me being involved in this cult, I got privileged to a lot of crazy shit. And there was one thing I'll never forget from a lady that even, you know, addressed this up and interviewed, and I checked it out, and it's true. This gentleman did travel from Italy to England, and but he was fully enclosed in his gear. He was a guard for the, you know, for very, you know, personal property, the church and stuff. And he's dressed in the red and the gold atelier, you know, just how they are. And anyway, this fucking dude disappeared and popped up in Britain. He was there 1 second and fucking, yeah, no, it's pretty crazy shit, dude. I mean, you know, and that's why I'm saying I hear about all these stories and I'm trying to piece everything together. I believe this plane has anomalies, man. I believe people traveling in and out of places and they can't explain it. I truly do, dude.
Dan, you posted something on your Facebook group about some lady talking about like the Bermuda Triangle is only one of like 25 different anomalies, like portal type places.
Yeah, I do.
And she listed one that was near Australia.
Yeah, man. I tell you, dude, look, you know what? You know, it's something you don't really talk much about because, you know, people really class you in the loony bin. But when you get to speak to people that don't say too much and the words they do use, it just rocks you to the bone. And then you piece everything together and I'm hearing everybody talk and I'm trying to piece about those stories those abos told about where the animals come from.
I mean, they've been telling these stories to their children and passing it down.
Oh, totally. And you know what? The way they transfer stories, they don't dilute. You know how they say that the English thing is if you tell one person and when you get to the 30th person, the first person was putting on a pair of knickers, and when it got to the 30th person, the guy was fucking catching salmon.
Right.
So, you know, but the way the Aboriginals tell their stories, they do it through paintings, dude. Pretty interesting, man. Very simple people, calculating numbers and dots. Yeah.
I've seen their artwork. Some Aborigine people, a woman I'm thinking of, was allowed to be displayed in some public museums, and it was some of the most mesmerizing art.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. And another thing about the didgeridoo, about the white man, you know, telling them that the white man, they try and trick the black folk, get them drunk and tell them that the didgeridoo was the instrument came from the phallic, which is total bogus. And this is why the white man tried to even change that story. So if you talk to the old girls, the fucking didgeridoo is a birthing tool, dude. And even this is fucking lied about, you know, and these things just got to be just recorded. Anyway, they told me that the fucking didgeridoo was a birthing tool. And see what I don't know if you've ever played didgeridoo. If you haven't, well, it's just fucking circular breathing does something really interesting to the body. It rams cerebral fluid up and down the spine. And what it does is if you're a woman, it opens up the cavities down below. So, but when you play the didgeridoo, you do a crouch, just like you're having a shit. Not like sitting on a toilet, but just having a crap. And that's how you play your didge. And when you get into the rhythm of the hum, especially when you're doing, see how you make a didgeridoo work, especially in old melody root, is vacuum. The air travels down and hits the melody root and bounces back. And that's, you know, yeah. Anyway, if you haven't played a didgeridoo, I'm talking shit. But anyway, what happens is the vibration, dude, and I swear to God, man, I've played didgeridoo because I was taught well by black folk. And man, I've played didgeridoo where I swear to God, and I'll not lie about this, that I didn't know when the last time I took a breath, but the didgeridoo was still playing. So, you know, I don't know how far you want to go in a trance, but when I used to play didgeridoo, I used it as a meditation. Like for 2 hours, I'd play didgeridoo, maybe even longer. People say you can just, anyway, I'm only just giving it the time because that's as far as I could think. Maybe longer, I don't know. But all I can say that swear to God, man, I've never been so high in my life that I leave my body playing the didgeridoo. And, you know, and they treat this instrument as a musical instrument. They've downplayed this instrument, just like cannabis and hemp. And I believe if anyone is ever listening to this, they should check into the didgeridoo, because I've seen those black folk heal people, dude. I mean, literally break apart, you know, like an ulcer. Serious, dude. There's something about vibration and breaking shit apart. I don't understand, but that, you know, anyway, I was a little too young when little stupid back then. I didn't ask all the questions I should have. But
how many people would you play by yourself, or was there more than one didgeridoo?
No, play by myself. Play by myself. You know, I'd have a candle and a mirror, and I'd play for, you know, hours. You get into a rhythm, and then you play it, because you play in a corner of a room. You don't want to use electricity to create amplification. You want the corner of the room. You want to.
Yeah, when I was at the Earthship Academy in New Mexico, my buddy Tim from Wales in England, and he was
yeah, it's beautiful, Dan. Yeah. That's how I made my money. That's how I made my lifestyle in America when I first come here. That's how I met Selma Hayek. I met Selma Hayek, that's cheeky girl, good fuck, cheeky she is, but fucking that's how we hooked up, dude. Was the didgeridoo, man. She's a sweetheart. But you know what? But you know, the didgeridoo's a special instrument, and everyone's got to fucking play it, man. It's I mean, man, I'm telling you, and why I'm saying this is because we've downplayed the instrument. It just plays music. No, man. It's not for fucking music, dude. When this girl talked about you fuckers try to change the black folk saying it's looked like a phallic, you idiots, this thing fucking brings life into the world. I mean, what the fuck? You see how we've downplayed the older race, the smart race? I mean, serious, man. If you look at the things around the world, man, they have dumbed us fucking down. And I'm just trying to break the program, and now coming out speaking about it, because I'm teaching some young children. You know, we've been so fucking lied to, Dan. Big time. Big. But, you know, hopefully someone picks up the didgeridoo out of this if they ever hear it. But why I'm telling you, Dan, if you haven't played the didgeridoo, it's easy to make one. You just get a 1.5-inch pipe, plumbing pipe, make it a schedule 40, make sure you cut it to the shoulder height. Easy done. Get a McDonald's straw. This is your circular breath. I used to teach circular breath. I teach you in a fucking hour. Because I'm not teaching like black folk.
THC, I'm well aware. I saw my buddy at the Earthship Academy take the fucking PHC pipe and just fucking blow into it. And fucking, it was. I mean, it was about
bubble of water.
4 feet long, but still he did it.
But you know how to, Dan, you know how to do it? Circular breath. Yeah, brother. Circular breath, man. A McDonald's straw, a glass of water, half fill it. You get the McDonald's straw and you blow into the McDonald's straw. You're looking at the bubbles. What I got to do is I got to trick your brain. If I can trick your brain to be seeing bubbles, you forget about your breath. This is what I got to do. So when I train you, I trick you, you motherfucker. So I can train and trick anybody. And I get you to blow bubbles, and the bubbles never stop. Now, if the bubbles never stop and you've been blowing them for fucking 5 minutes, where did the air come from? It's a circular breath, man. It's because you didn't think about breathing. And then when you get into that rhythm, you forget the breath, brother.
It's true.
And no, dude. These abos, you know, they're the smartest fucking people I've met, mate. Just wise old dudes. The ladies, just wise. Scary wise. But you know what?
Oh, trust me, I've met him. And I'm like,
Anyway, I probably smoked too much good hemp, but anyway, didgeridoo, it's great, man. Just please, if you haven't played it, play it.
when you, it's interesting to me when I meet unbelievably wise people. I'm like unbelievably fearful of them. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, it's so funny how, like, in the presence, in the physical presence, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, am I about to get killed or something? Like, what's going on? Oh, it's so funny. So many times.
Yeah, it's a hoot, mate.
It's about 4 o'clock in the morning over here.
Yeah, I know, and I bullshitted too long, and I'm sorry, but I don't know what came up there, but I think it was, yeah, that's it, the pond. But anyway, bullshitted on. But I've just been
yeah,
in,
that was good that you shared that. That's a good way to end it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. But anyway, Elliot, nice to meet you, brother.
It's great meeting you, Anthony.
Yeah, nice. It's been a hoot, man. But play didgeridoo. If anything is, come out of all this, it's all good. We all learn.
All right, shoulder height, you said. Make it about shoulder height.
Shoulder height, yeah, it's so easy, Actually, when Dan starts having his chats, mate, I'll bring in a fucking load of pipe and I'll fucking it takes 2 minutes. I'll cut one, straw, bubble it, blow through it. Fuck it, it's a hoot, dude.
I like that idea.
Dude, it's just a hoot. You spend, 10 minutes having a smoke and a play, and people have got that for the rest of their life. I could play didgeridoo in anyone's home. But anyway, have a beautiful night, guys.
All right, boys,
All right.
good night.
It was good.
Yep.
Peace.
Good night, Elliot. Good night, TSC. Peace.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, Dan, you're awesome, man. You have a beautiful night, and good night to everyone.
Yeah, this was good hangout. Thanks a lot.
Sleep.
Yeah. It's been a pleasure, man. Ciao, Elliot.
Peace.
Yeah, peace to everyone.